can lead. That's one thing like in Big O that I would do that no one else really did, where it's like.
All right, are we playing for real? Is this real? Okay, I was just making sure.
Real.
It is real, Phil.
All right.
All right.
Like in
So I'm not super familiar with
Build an image. I'm just gonna
Brownballa's
people
heads-up
over.
background. We were talking a bit before the stream. He said he's a few 100,000 hands of
10 minutes,
experience.
I think.
Is it 10? Would you say?
I think it was 10. Tony said 10.
Yeah, and obviously Phil,
can we just like throw out the purple chips?
or maybe
up
not
there?
obviously, but
Yeah,
I'm not gonna be
many
playing.
years before he played
Same.
at Omaha, which has been his game for so long. He was one of the best heads-up no limit players online.
I actually didn't know that about Phil. I was wondering his
So
background.
we've agreed that's a race. Yeah.
Very curious to see how this match goes down.
Check.
That's good. Good board for Brownballa.
Yeah, right out of the gate. Looks like a 2.5x open to 500 from Ishan, and a small c-bet.
You'd expect small c-bets a lot on the texture like this, right, Kevin?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we were curious just what to expect from like. Well, bet sizing in general, like we weren't sure if we were going to see something consistent.
Yeah.
So over the next few hours, we'll see if there's any variation to how Ishan plays kind of the same spots. But I mean, a couple of small bets so far, and that just might be his approach when there's 3 hearts on board. You see, he's got a really strong hand, but he's not just betting huge simply because he has a big hand.
He does size up pretty big on the...
So funny. I like have to learn how to think about having 2 cards.
Just pretend you have 4.
Okay.
Does this strike you as a kind of hand that would call much from Phil?
Yeah, it does. I mean,
raising
Phil
hands.
has the 9 of hearts, which is a good
Yep.
card to have, and a 7's going to be better than any bluff, right? It's he's got a very reasonable bluff catcher. But I'm always interested in how people think about those spots. Phil comes from PLO, which is I'm not sure how he's gonna see
This is crazy. I'm like not even used to having chips.
if he has that kind of card. Is he thinking, oh, this is a card Ishan would bluff with?
Last time that you
Is he
played,
thinking, oh, this removes a lot of value? I know this is the way he thinks about spots. I just don't know how he's gonna assign.
A few months
Oh
ago.
yeah, you played with
Yeah, the
Rich-
value to it.
Yeah, the value.
I played
kind of card.
the 100K PLO tournament
Oh,
Looks like they're
okay.
both going to 2.5 open.
a month or something ago. I don't know. Lost track of time.
Pretty standard for 100 big blind deep.
Phil's starting with a small bet. I don't think he has to bet. He's got ace high. A little bit of showdown value. Now basically just has to decide if his hand is weak enough that he has to bluff, or if he's just going to take it to showdown.
Do you view this as a showdownable hand?
I do, in the sense that it's stronger than a lot of hands he might end up in this situation with. I don't, in the sense that I don't think Ishan's ever gonna
85.
get to the river here and check quickly with a hand worse than ace-7. Like
Fair.
Phil knows he's got the worst hand here. I think it's reasonable for
Wow.
him to decide, let's bluff.
And a check raise from Brownballa with the spade blocker. Do you think it... What do you think about that check raise?
I mean, it seems like a good play, and he put that together quick. That was the most interesting part to me. Is Ishan wasted no time there, maybe 5-7 seconds,
Yeah, contemplating.
knowing that he was going to check raise in that spot. He knows he's got some showdown value, but he likes that ace of spades. Decides to bluff with it.
I feel like that's the kind of spot, though, if you put all of those hands into that kind of aggressive category, you can end up aggressing a lot. Or would you say no?
I mean, it's definitely a risk.
I think that was a bluff, but mine was too.
Definitely a risk, but he's not going to have the ace of spades that often unless he also has an 8,
Flushes in 5 hands.
or whatever the other pair was, 9 or a 7,
eight,
whatever it was.
an eight, yeah.
So otherwise he might raise or he might bluff. somewhere.
Fair.
I don't know. I think that was just a good play by Ishan. I'm impressed that not only at the play, but also just like how quickly that was put together. It seemed
Nice.
like a really good sequence from him.
So what do you do outside of poker? I mean, I know you were working on Run It Once a lot, right? And then
Yeah.
social
A lot
media.
of people wishing
lot
this
of-
was a
lot of
PLO match
stuff.
in the chat.
Still business. But yeah, somehow the time, it just goes away so fast.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I still feel like I never have enough time. But then when people ask me that question, I'm like, a little content, a little business.
Yeah.
Just too wide and open. King too off.
Looks like a normal raise to me from Ishan. I think we've seen some folds. We haven't seen any limps. So I'm just left to assume that both of these players are opening to 500 every time they want to play a hand.
Yeah.
If that's the strategy, should probably be opening about any king, any queen,
Okay.
but not every jack.
16.
Phil with a really strong hand here.
Yeah.
Definitely an interesting hand that Ishan's using to bluff here.
Just pot on turn.
And I'm not surprised to see Phil just calling. He might view his hand as just a really good bluff catcher. Not
Queen.
necessarily strong enough, but he wants to raise.
You think this is a good shutdown?
I didn't need to announce it.
Yeah. Yeah, I like... Honestly, that was, again, just seems like a pretty clean play by Ishan. Seems like he knows, like, he came in with a plan. He knows his sizings. He knows kind of the bluff hands he wants to use. Those are a couple of good ones so far, I thought. Seems like both players, I don't know if they're doing that thing where it's just assumed that when they throw out 500, they're raising, but I haven't been hearing them announce a raise. For people coming from other game formats, well, we got an interesting turn card here.
Yeah. And a lead.
I'm always interested to see how someone's strategy from a different game translates into this format. It's a format I know really well from my background online, but it doesn't get played that often. So it's always cool to see how someone who maybe plays like Ring is going to see different hand strengths. I'm sure Ishan recognizing just how good his hand is right now. We'll see if he wants to go for a really big bet.
That's 3,000.
Yeah. And Phil, I mean, you know, he's got top pair with a decent kicker. It's a heads-up match, right? But he's still sharp enough to recognize that this is a pure bluff catcher. It's not that exciting of a situation. I mean, maybe once in a blue moon, Ishan has ace-8 or ace-9 himself as a thin value bet. But I think he's pretty much saying queen or nothing.
Yeah. This is Rabichow commentating. Milo in chat.
About 3,000.
You guys get the call.
Yeah.
That would be a big fold, I think.
It would be a big
Yeah.
fold. I'm sure some consideration to the 9 of spades is happening in Phil's mind there. Because up till the river, that was a small pot, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Phil has a good top pair, and $600 went in before the river. I mean, it's a big bet on the river, yes, but Phil could arrive there with so many weak hands. He knows he's got to make some calls like that.
We've also been called nerds by chat. So that's accurate, I would say, though.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good read.
That's a good read by chat.
Good read from the chat. I mean, I get excited getting to watch. Like I said, this format doesn't get played a whole lot.
Right.
I don't know if there have been previous Heads Up No Limit streams on this channel before, but I'm guessing even if there are, they're not common.
Yeah.
So for the people who are excited about this format, myself being one of them, welcome. You're in
Welcome.
for some strategy.
If you're not excited about this, it is a little odd that you're here.
I mean,
Yeah.
we're still and Phil here making a pretty big call on the turn. This is
Yeah.
two streets of betting from Ishan, and Phil calling with just queen high. I mean, it's a reasonable board to think that queen high
Oh wow.
might need to do some bluff catching, but I mean, both of his cards are not strong here. Queen of hearts,
Yeah.
maybe interfering with some bluffs. Always curious if, I mean, it seems so early in the match for him to have picked up something, some kind of live read, but maybe.
Oh wow.
I mean, he
Wow.
just seemed to know.
What an incredible play.
Is that Jack 5?
Queen 5.
He just seemed to know something.
Brownballa reasonably confounded.
King 5?
Yeah, probably close. Probably close. You probably want to have a heart.
I had a heart.
Oh,
Or I don't, yeah.
Huh?
I had a heart. You mean I
Oh.
don't want to have a heart? Or-
No, you do.
Yeah.
I couldn't.
Clarification has been made.
Is that Rhino?
Chat was calling chat nerds, not us.
Like
That is
the-
confusing when on our side, everyone in the chat is just chat.
Yes.
So when chat calls chat
Yeah.
nerds, that's hard to keep
really
track
bad
of.
vision. I just have like a slight stigmatism.
Yeah, I
And,
think
and
Wow.
Action.
What an action flop. And it just goes check, check.
similar.
Wow, that was
Very fast check.
snappy check behind. This is the first check we've seen Phil make, and he has 3 of a kind.
Check. Yes.
and so like it just makes it
Chunky turn lead, which is reasonable. 4 clubs would be quite the action river.
Used to do.
Again, just talking about having a plan. I mean, the speed at which these decisions are made. This is feeling more like an online match than a live match to me. Just like the pace of play. Because these are complicated decisions.
Yeah. He did definitely know his turn sizing very quickly.
And Phil, like, really no consideration to raising or anything. Yeah. Pretty cool hand. I mean, Phil recognizing that he's gonna have checks on any board.
Because like otherwise you have to like squint to see the board, and then it ends up like distracting you from other stuff.
When he has all the aces, I mean, it's hard for Ishan to have much.
Right. Yeah, I had like a very slight astigmatism, but it was mostly, I was nearsighted, but just like very slightly. So
Yeah.
I had to wear glasses to drive or, yeah, to see my opponent's stack and like, yeah, squint and see the board.
For sure, I've misread the board a reasonable amount. I remember there was one time I was playing at the bike on the live stream, and like I thought I had the nuts, and I didn't see the board paired, and I just like, I like potted the river, and the other guy shoved, and I was like, call, I had the nuts, and he had quads, because it was like 4 to a flush, and I had like the ace high flush.
Vision problems playing poker can definitely create some problems.
I mean, that sounds horrifying.
Yeah.
I did not see that live stream, but that sounds like my worst nightmare on a live stream.
Yeah.
is you don't want to slow roll your opponent. You think you have the first nuts,
Yeah.
facing it all in. Oh, okay, of course I call. And this is an interesting line. I'm sure a lot of people who don't play so much of this format is seeing Phil with like 4 high, nothing, checks the flop, turns a draw, checks again. I'm not saying this is definitively the best play just because Phil did it, but
Yeah.
it's the kind of thing you're going to see more of in this format because you just have bad hands all the time. You just get dealt. You get dealt unpaired hands
I don't know
more
how that-
often than paired hands.
It was just like I left it on the table.
He's showing some restraint there.
So I don't know. I'm gonna go back tonight and find it. Yeah.
I remember watching a match between 2 people in a live environment. One guy had the nut flush and the other guy had the straight flush, and the guy got called and the river stood up and goes, I have the nuts, and threw it down. And the other guy goes, No, it was a very awkward showdown.
Important skill. Actually, this was my my partner Leah came up with a. This is her idea of a teaching tool, like a beginner's app for poker. I'll just put this out into the universe if anyone wants to develop it. It was called The Nuts, or something like What's the Nuts? That was the app. And literally the whole app is you open it up, it just gives you a board, and you just have to tell the program what the nuts are on that. And apparently a more useful app than I would have thought for not even for the beginner audience, for the high stakes live stream audience. Yes. What is the nuts on this board? For any app developers out there, please give Leah credit.
Big market.
So did you used to play a lot of heads up PLO before you did the challenge too?
I definitely didn't specialize in it, but yeah, I always liked heads up better. I guess I considered myself a 6-max player, but
Yeah.
I mean, I thought I was better at heads up because my win rates were higher heads up, but then win rates are just higher heads up. That's just how it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, then after the challenge, I can't play non-heads up poker. It's so boring to me. I don't know.
That's fair. I mean, 3-handed and 4-handed is kind of similar.
Yeah.
For those who are unfamiliar, they're discussing the Phil Galfond challenge, where Phil played many people heads up in PLO.
I don't know.
He's undefeated, I
I like
believe.
playing heads up too. It's just hard to.
Yeah, I believe that's right.
He's
He
undefeated.
is.
Also,
Some
like,
of the matches
mine, it's like more
never
risky.
Finished.
the hand count that they had originally planned to reach, but I don't believe he lost any of those matches.
For
Yeah.
PLO, it's like less of a consideration.
The
Yeah, it's
most
still possible though.
Against some
the most
very-
dramatic being the first one where he was.
I feel like
I mean,
after
they played for months. He
maybe
was
I'm
down
delusional, but-
900,000.
900,000
If I remember
pounds, I believe.
correctly.
So I think it was 900,000 pounds, which
Yeah, but
Or like I would know.
Euros.
euros, yeah, sorry, not
Yeah.
pounds, yeah,
Yeah.
euros. Then came
I would
back
know
to a
at
win.
least if I should be
He was down 900,000, I think, halfway through the match.
because you could just like look at enough spots and know.
Yeah, just I don't know.
About break even in the last match too. Like, what are the odds?
It sounds.
You know, it was like came down to the last,
Yeah. No, I
50
agree with
hands.
that too.
Yeah.
Like for sure, I agree with that too. But
I don't know if that video footage is still
like
It's got to be
living
out there.
on YouTube somewhere at a Run It Once channel, but
It is very hyped to watch if you haven't seen
The
it.
problem is they could be mostly not RTAing 2,000.
yeah,
That's the first 3-bet we see.
sometimes
4x.
time.
Kevin, thoughts? Standard.
I would say the hand is standard. The sizing is pretty close to what I'm used to seeing in 100 big blinds. I'm a little surprised to see Phil deliberating with this hand. It's a little bit weak. But any suited hand is reasonable to consider. Not far off. But against...
Are we seeing a 4-bet?
well, we might be.
Re-raise,
And this again just
Smells of live read, right?
it really does. Like I want to be clear that it's not so crazy. Like this isn't so far out there that it's like, oh my God, Phil, what are you doing? It's not like he has 9 deuce off, right? But that really does feel like he's picked up a little something and he's willing to go for it a little more than usual, just on that suspicion.
And possibly even testing it.
Same with it. Yeah, same with the Queen 5. The call down with Queen High, like it's not the most insane call down because
Right.
Queen High is gonna be ahead of Ishan's bluffs in that spot.
Right.
But it does just kind of feel like he's
Yeah.
he's
only-
feeling out if he's got the right reads, and so far he's 2 for 2 in those spots.
It's hard to know, like, it's hard to know, like, if people use different sizes or they do weird stuff,
Yeah.
then maybe, like, it wouldn't necessarily work.
Yep.
So it's hard to know, but
Do we know, does Brownballa have mostly
I don't know.
live experience, right? Or is it?
I mean, it's still a risk.
I'm not sure about that.
Almost as much of a risk, six-handed.
I mean,
but
when he gives a hand count that he's played, you know,
That
a
sounds-
couple 100,000 hands a heads up, he's obviously played
Yeah.
online at some point somewhere. I don't know when that was. I don't know, if that's in the U.S. or.
I guess I'm wondering who has the live advantage here between the two of them.
He's definitely played his fair share of live games, but I mean, Phil.
Short.
Yeah, I don't, it's
We'll see.
it's a fair question.
But I mean, making the final table is the harder part, actually.
Really?
Don't know that Phil's ever really gone through a stretch where live poker has been like his full-time job, right?
But also because, like, I don't know. I've always been a shorthanded player, and so a lot
Yeah.
of times when you play, especially a bigger field tournament, where people get kind of lost when they get shorthanded.
Yeah, I agree.
But like my first ever final table at WSOP, I won,
Oh, okay.
and my second one, I got second. I think I've won like 1/3 of them.
Some subtle flexing coming out of Phil.
I had 2 last time. I got second and fourth. And then I had 1 at the bike. I got like 8th or something, or 7th.
Yeah, it's hard to final table.
Yeah.
Raised to 11.
Interesting. Definitely any one pair hand, I would say, not always going to check raise. See a lot of people just check call with hands of this strength, but I mean, Ishan's definitely shown to like lean a little bit aggressive. So to take a good ace, not just any ace, but like a good ace, and start with a check raise, very reasonable play.
and barrel again with the gut shot.
Yeah, the turn is interesting. It's a pretty big bet, considering, you know, there's no real... Something that comes up in heads up that you don't see a lot in other formats is like there's no real advantage to one player or the other just because there's low cards on the board, just because a certain straight came in. Like Phil could have 4-3,
Right.
Phil could have
Especially
8-4,
when you get to like
you could
later
have
stages,
9-8.
like
There's just a lot of hands that you play in heads up from
be a
both
lot more
positions.
careful.
Yes.
So ace-9, I mean, look
Very careful.
Okay.
pretty strong there, but there's a lot of ways Phil could have had him beat.
Like, for example, when I got that final table at the World Series, it was the 3K6 max, and there was 4 left. And I think we were all like fairly similar. I was like maybe 3 out of 4. My chip leader opened from the cutoff. I had like 10-8 off in the big blind. I called him in raise. It came like 10-5-3. I like check called. Turn was a 9. And I checked and he barreled and I jammed.
Okay.
And he had queen 10 and he can't call me.
I mean,
It's like hard to know like
Yeah.
whether I should just like check call. The river would have been a queen and I probably would have just check folded. But like those types of spots, I tend to be like, oh, like, he can have a lot of bluffs. I'm gonna attack.
well,
Yeah.
and I think it works out okay because I think a lot of players have the opposite approach. A lot of
Yeah.
players are too careful, and so I don't know, it's not what people are expecting.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I don't. People assume I think that I'm just like have perfect mindset, but I'm not. I don't have the patience for tournaments.
Yeah.
I just really don't. I mean, I barely have the patience for a 6-handed live cash game.
Yeah, that's fair.
I could build it up, but yeah, it's just not what I play.
It's where I struggle for sure as
Curious to see how
well.
this goes down.
Check.
Oh, Phil checked the river. Interesting. Yeah. He already was seeing a difference in style there when Phil quickly checks the 8 when it pairs on the turn. Earlier
Again,
we saw Ishan lead when the...
It also makes you wonder about the live reads, though.
I think that's good
If,
though. too,
if Phil has some
like,
read
it
on the,
helps me improve the-
him being weak, he might be
my game
prone to
plan.
give him a chance.
Yeah, it forces you to
Yeah.
work on your weaknesses.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Is Nate
why-
a fairly standard check there, you think?
They really,
Yeah.
like there's nowhere to hide.
Yeah.
I think it's
I mean,
normal to keep checking,
I have a tendency to.
mostly because it's all high cards on board, King, Jack, 8. So there's not that many hands that want to like bet small.
Too aggressive.
And both players could have an
I'm
8.
pretty rare in that regard, where like my instincts were always the other way from most people.
Looks like he's getting ready for another check raise. And regardless of what read Phil has here, he's not going to fold yet.
Call 11.
See Ishan go with the same size he used with the ace-9. See this a lot, I think, when like a very similar spot comes up in recent succession. People just have this tendency to like match what they did the last time, just make everything look consistent.
When I first started, I just remember like always playing like just like going crazy in a lot of spots.
Yeah.
But I mean, then you learn from it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Most people are too scared to ever go crazy.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
in a lot of tournaments it works well, especially big field events where,
Yeah.
like, anytime you have a tournament where, like, a large portion of the field, like the main event, like a lot of people just want to make day 2 and like not even make the money. They're just like, I want to make day 2.
Yeah. I had a guy at my table before that was just like like when we were close to the bubble, he was just folding 100%.
Yeah.
And then he ended up like making the money with like almost nothing. And then just busting right after.
Yeah. I had a friend who played the main, and as he was getting to the bubble, like this guy at his table knew he was a pro
Yeah.
and would ask him, like, can I fold to the money yet? And my friend would tell him the truth,
Yeah.
but like he knew he was just folding.
Yeah.
It's good info to have
That
on your
is good
opponent.
info to have on your opponent. We're also saying I think Phil might not be doing much donk leading. given
Yeah,
this.
now that we've seen him check this,
Yeah.
this I think is a more typical leading spot on the turn.
Yeah.
We got some low cards on the board, some weaker hands he might want to protect. So when he doesn't lead there, I think he's just decided he's
I don't
not
know if they
leading.
still do it, but back in the day, I think it was Poker Stars, but maybe others did too. They would, you could win a seat on Stars and they would patch you up, and then if you made the money, they would give you like an extra 10K.
For an online or for a live tournament?
For the, so you qualified online, and then
Yeah.
it was the WSOP main event.
Oh, I see.
So then anybody that had the patch had an extra, it was extra 10K on the bubble.
Oh, so they're like even more incentivized
Yeah.
to just fold everything.
Yeah, it was cool.
Curious to see what Phil decides to do.
Ace high.
6.
Just
Quick showdown there.
quick showdown. I think we're also noticing that Phil is having more check backs on more boards. I think, I don't know, I saw the king high,
Started playing 6
two
years.
low cards, and
How old are you?
Brownballa.
Yeah, pretty
I haven't
late.
seen him check one of those back yet.
I used to play like these. So like I was an engineer, and I was working in the Bay Area, and then I was working in Mountain View. Then I quit my job after 3 or 4 years and started looking for a new job. I got an offer at Lyft, and I decided to move there, and then so I moved to San Francisco. And I didn't really know anyone, and then I heard about like this Monday night poker game at the office. So I went and started playing there with my friends, and then we would play like 50 cents $1, and people would buy in for like 1,000.
Wow.
So it was just like a crazy game.
Yeah.
And then at first, like I was really bad. I mean, at first I thought I was good, right? Like everyone does. I like won a few $1,000s, and like I'm the greatest. Then I lost like 20 straight, and I'm like, okay, maybe I'm not the greatest.
Yeah.
And then I wanted to get better, so like I saw a Reddit post about like buy one get 2 months free for run it once.
Nice.
And then I was like, okay, I'll try this out.
And the rest is history.
Yeah, I mean, from there I just like would watch like all of the, like I watched all the sauce videos back then. They were probably a little bit outdated even back then, but I watched
6 years
like,
ago, yeah.
I just like tried to watch all the videos, and I didn't really understand what anything meant, but I was like 6. I just like would watch everything and be like, okay.
Yeah.
I slowly absorbed it, because
That
like
was-
a lot of the sauce videos are like toy game stuff, and like it's just like super dense
Yeah.
for someone that hasn't seen any of it before.
Yeah, one of our biggest problems, and we're working on it and have been working on it, is like even Essential, the cheapest plan, like it's pretty advanced.
Yeah.
and there's not a I mean, we have some more beginner courses like on ramps, but it's not a great on ramp because it's a different language if you.
Yeah. And so for me, it was dense for sure, but I kind of just like kept watching stuff and powering through it. And then I was like, and I kind of just went with that approach.
All right, I think this is our first 3-bet pot, right? To actually see the flop.
I believe you're right.
2000.
And then,
Quick 2000 and fold.
yeah, from there I got better. And then I played with my friends a lot over COVID, just like 510 and stuff. We'd play on the apps and things like that. Then I got into Hustler because I was friends with Stanley, the DoorDash co-founder, and he was playing there, and I asked him if he could get me on with him, and we played, and that was fun.
Raise the flop.
Yeah, and then I always like to play online too, just like because I feel like it's a good way to practice.
That's
So
a great.
play,
Yeah,
like,
it's a great way to sharpen your.
yeah, I'd play like low stakes online, like on Ignition a lot too.
There's our answer on the
Yep.
background of heads up for Ishan. Small raise from Phil. Nice sizing on a paired board.
Calling.
Imagine you have to be somewhat selective with the flush draws you do this with.
Ooh.
Ooh. Oh no.
Yeah, this is gonna be. It's gonna be hard for Phil to not lose a lot of money in this hand. Ishan has the board locked up, so he's probably just gonna keep calling. If Phil's bluffing, just let him keep bluffing. So really the only thing I can see saving Phil here is, you know, the 4th diamond coming or the board double pairing, something that makes Ishan's hand look a little bit stronger.
Well, there's the 4th diamond.
Yeah. Well, these are always interesting spots because, you know, when Phil bets the turn, he's usually got 3 of a kind or better or a flush draw.
Right.
Like if he's bluffing, he's usually got a flush draw. So Phil's whole range now is just like 3 of a kind plus.
Right.
Pretty much all he can have. So it does make sense, I think, to just check with this hand. He might show down against 3 of a kind, no diamond, and win.
10.
Some kindness, leaving Phil 2 behind if he calls.
Should have asked for a count, not a tournament player.
Yeah.
That's not actually something.
Would
do
you be
in
surprised to see a
tournaments.
call here?
I wouldn't say I'd be surprised. I think
For some reason.
it's a little.
I don't know if you'd bluff with a king.
Yes, Phil's kind of talking about it right now.
Probably not.
It's a little quiet, but he said, I don't know if you bluff with a king. And I agree. I don't think he would. I think he would bluff if he. I think he would consider bluffing if he had a hand like ace-8, pocket 9s, pocket jacks, all hands that are very reasonable to get here, with no diamond and no king. But it is tough to figure out if those hands are actually going to be here.
Thinking they might fold the turn to the bet after the check raise, or just they would bluff here?
Yeah, both. I mean, they might fold the turn, or they might take more time on the turn. Although Ishan's been playing pretty fast.
Maybe you just have the nut flush. Already.
I mean, on the topic of live reads, definitely a good idea for Phil to just be taking his time here no matter what he really thinks, because there's always a chance he gets even more information as the time goes on, right?
Good fold.
Yeah. Don't lie, I'm going to see it.
I don't lie.
Can I get some more chips? 10. Yeah.
10,000.
10,000?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Does it matter? All yellow?
All yellow is good, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Phil's adding on 10,000.
For those just joining us, this is a 100-200 heads-up match between Phil Galfond
Assume
and
so, but better safe
Ishan
than-
Bala, known as Brownballa online.
I'm gonna make a big hand, so.
I've been running good so far.
Yeah.
This is live with the caveat that there is a delay.
Quick check down to the river. And we're seeing Ishan decide this time he's gonna take the lead. And Phil knows he's got a
Thanks, Todd.
real bluff catcher there, but
He also knows not all heroes live.
Great folds, or I'm in-
Maybe
I
both.
don't know.
Maybe both.
Probably both.
Five.
Do you ever think it'll go back to like the old days where there'll be like super high stakes online, or do you think it's gone forever, or like only in the private format?
That's a good question. I mean, so many people are seeing so many issues in the private world that,
Yeah.
you know, there might be a chance, but I think that it's heavily dependent on regulation and or unregulated sites like becoming. Basically, I think that regulation is the biggest thing standing in the way, and so either
Yeah.
a lot more places need to legalize and pool players, or somebody trustworthy needs
Yeah.
to run an unregulated, and I'm not saying that people that run unregulated sites are untrustworthy, but like there
Yeah.
needs to be like very strong reputation for unregulated sites with,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about like trying to build a business in the space. I mean, it just seems so hard to like get into though.
That's very hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I really thought by now more states would have legalized it in the U.S.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I feel like
I mean, it seems like there could be some model where like instead of rake, they use like instead of rake, they use some other ways to make money, and then like I don't know, people would be more incentivized to play.
they would, but I don't know. In my experience and like the bit I've studied about online poker history, they're not the games. It's not as rake sensitive as you would think. And I mean,
Yeah.
GG's success speaks to that. But
Yeah, but they have, that's because they invest like so much money in like
It's not- it's-
advertising and marketing and
for sure, they
Like-
have earned it.
yeah.
But there used to be a site that was rake free.
Dominated hand here, seeing the flop.
Didn't work. I forget why. It's just that I checked, by the way.
Okay.
It's just that the players who matter most are the least rake sensitive, and so whatever gets them in the door, and then the pros will follow.
Yeah.
interesting that Ishan checks this back twice.
Got it.
Have to imagine he's thinking about bluffing now that all the high cards have come off.
And
Probably not supposed
is
to be
that a big fold?
Yeah, it's a big
Yeah.
fold. Phil believes him.
I have to keep my image.
I have to keep my.
Yeah, I mean, I built like the Hustler app. I helped you guys out with the
Yeah.
mobile app a bit. I worked with like Dan and them, and Mikey and those guys.
Yeah.
I like did a little bit of like I tried to work on some like solver related tech, but it was just too dense and difficult. And so I'm not really sure exactly
How like
where
in practice are you
opportunity would be.
with building stuff?
Oh, I mean, I'm still very up to date.
Okay.
So like, if I had a good idea, I could for sure get it done and
Yeah.
built.
It's hard
but-
for me to keep track of who's hiring who in this conversation, but I think someone's getting hired.
This is a job opening somewhere.
would work, or like be successful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the flush completing turn, when someone checks back like that,
kind of
is
building
that generally better for big blind?
Like my goal is for that.
Once it's gone check, or would you say
haven't
about
used,
about
like,
even?
ChatGPT and stuff for coding before.
I think
and
it's
seemed like it would be
usually
pretty powerful.
neutral,
That was,
but
like,
it does
that's
kind of
what
depend on like,
Player tendencies.
It was also for me
well,
to
just like the specific card as well. Like that card I think was better for big blind
Yeah.
learn that.
because
yeah.
it didn't improve a king high or an ace high at all.
Yeah. It seems like
yeah.
that's just going to keep accelerating, like
Yeah.
the rate of being able to build stuff
Yeah.
to AI.
That's fair.
Yeah,
But
so
yeah, the
like
check-
for
the
hustle
checking
app,
range
like both
has
the back end,
more
and
unpaired.
front end. The back end is like a scheduling
More high
website
card,
that like
basically.
Flush draws.
like Ryan uses.
Well, just cards in
Ryan
general.
uses for
I see.
scheduling like which players are playing when, and then people can get notifications in the app when their favorite players are playing. That was like the base idea.
Interesting. So if it comes like the ace of clubs,
I wanted to build on it,
More
or like
pairs.
fans could like
Yeah,
But-
that would be bad for the big blind.
yeah.
be part of their like favorite players membership programs, but I didn't really build enough features around it to make it worthwhile for people to buy yet.
And was it all your ideas, or were you taking instruction or direction?
It was both. It was mostly my ideas, but I was for sure taking input from Nick and Ryan.
Yeah, cool.
I kind of wanted it to make it like a mobile platform for the stream. But it was. I think that like they're not too focused on that part of the business necessarily.
Okay.
Yeah. And so. Yeah, I don't know. Seems like there should be a lot of opportunity, but it's hard to figure out where to place it, like where to pursue it.
Yeah.
I mean, you have a lot of experience in the industry, so like I would for sure be
Yeah, no,
like open to hearing your thoughts on where you think the opportunity is going forward.
I don't. If I thought it was very clear, I'd already be doing it. So
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
fair.
I'm happy to, anytime you have an idea,
Yeah.
just give you feedback. It's like, I mean, there are not many areas that are not, how do I put this? There are not many areas that I think are great ideas that there's not already a lot of competition.
Yeah. But I mean, I think like at least the expertise that I have that other companies might not have is like a lot of companies don't have a fairly like they don't have a very good engineering background necessarily. Like it's pretty hard for them to check. It's pretty hard for them to get like a high quality product that has like a lot of the things done the right way in that regard.
Just curious to see if Phil saw that as a bluff there, because both those hands are on the fringe. Like Phil could maybe bluff, maybe check, and then facing a bet, Ishan could maybe call, maybe fold.
It's always interesting to see who handles conversation mid-hands better. There's got to be an edge there somewhere. Whoever can talk and still think strategy.
Yeah, I'm also focusing on like tournaments and
It's hard to do multiple
hard to
things.
do a lot of things at
I've been
once,
trying,
yeah.
but it's hard to like, when you're doing multiple things, it's hard to be great at,
yeah.
at any of them.
It's got to be good to just store up hand histories to tell someone mid-hand.
Yeah. Although, like playing doesn't take up that much of my time
Yeah.
really anymore.
Do you want it to?
Yeah, but it's like hard to find places to play check. It's
Yeah.
hard to find places to play like high stakes and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
surprised to see Phil betting this.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, this has got to be a value bet from Phil.
I think to some extent it fits your description of like trying things. Like he knows that's like a fringy, pretty thin attempt to get value.
So yeah, that part is kind of
Maybe just see if he can get away with it,
I've
right?
never
If
really
he
done
doesn't
much
face aggression.
traveling. And I guess
Yeah.
for tournaments, if you want to do a lot of them, you kind of have to do
Travel.
that.
Yeah. No, same. I don't like to travel much, and yeah, I'd love to play more if there's more to play.
Yeah. And now, like, it's hard, like, with all the private games, like, I could play them before, like, when I was an engineer, and then now everyone is like, you're too good.
Yeah.
And so, like, the politics is, like, my least favorite part of everything, for sure.
Yeah.
Because,
Me too. Yeah, I just want to show up and play,
yeah,
which is appealing about tournaments, but I just
Yeah.
don't love tournaments.
yeah.
I think that's the second time we've seen Ishan use a
Large size.
big size.
So you don't like...
Yeah, there was a
tournaments
queen high board, if I remember correctly.
I mean, I like them more than no
Seems
limit.
just correlated to the draws, like more
I was
connectivity.
thinking about trying
Right, it's
some-
going bigger,
I
less
actually never
connectivity,
played a
it's going
field
smaller.
tournament.
I mean, they're relatively soft.
Yeah.
But it just comes down to 20 big blind gambling.
Yeah.
Does look like Phil's thinking about bluffing this one as well. I mean,
18.
he faced a big bet on the flop, so he's probably not just going to call the flop with something like king 5. Like, he might just fold that sort of hand on the flop. Ishan's got a big hand, but always interested in seeing how he views it. Like, does he view it as a bluff catcher? Does he view it as a rebluff?
Right, blocking the full house combos.
Yeah, maybe he thinks it's a big raise kind of hand,
Fine.
or just a call.
Just a call.
7.
That's good.
So Phil went to 18.
Oh, wait. Fuck, 7. I thought you
Give
had
him
a
his cards.
6.
Yeah. Give him his cards.
He said it's good. I think he saw it as a straight. He looked across the table. He thought it was the one card straight. He mucked his hand.
My bad.
No, it's all good.
I appreciate it. I would do the same thing.
Oh,
for
he
you.
said 7. I thought it was a 6.
I was trying to hide.
Oh, he thought it was a 6. He thought it was
a
3 big
six.
con.
Maybe I don't understand what's going on
He
here.
went 18. Would that be too large?
I thought you'd turn a
4
6.
6 on a
Yeah.
4 straight?
No, I don't think so, because it
haven't
goes
even
check on the
had
turn. I think Ishan's going to bet at least, I don't know, let's call it half the time with a straight on the turn. So when he checks behind, he doesn't have that many straights.
Yeah.
Fair.
I think it's very reasonable to bet a 6 on the river.
Be here in like 2 minutes.
Oops.
I think even something as weak as like a 10 could probably block bet.
But the big size is probably a 6 or better. You're saying.
Yeah, I think so.
Check.
Just curious to see if, again, Brownballa would choose aggression with this kind of hand. But it's kind of hard to check raise the ace ace 2. I guess unless you go small.
Yeah, he could.
Yeah,
he
he
could
could go
definitely
down.
check raise.
Yeah.
It's uncomfortable what you end up doing if you go with the small check raise. You raise a bunch of like ace 7, just like weird aces that don't have much backup. Maybe raise some king deuce or like pocket 4s, that kind of stuff. But
And Phil just checked back his ace on the
he
flush
did.
completing.
I think this is a good line from Phil. I mean, he has no heart in his hand. He doesn't have a strong kicker. So he kind of recognizes maybe 3 streets is too much for this hand when the flush completes.
Sure.
Assume that's your food?
Yeah. Can we do like a 2-minute break?
Yeah,
I'll take a piss.
That's perfect.
Sounds like we were
I don't-
getting
I
a
don't
break
mind
out of the
eating while
players.
I just have to go to the bathroom
Cool,
too.
yeah. I'm gonna grab some water.
You can just put it here. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom.
Hi,
Take this time to thank the sponsor for the game, BetRivers.
Phil.
Which helped put this together.
Nice to meet you. How's your day?
We'll take a short break as well.
All right, welcome back to Poker Night in America, brought to you by BetRivers. I am Jared Alderman. We're watching 100-200 between Phil Galfond and Brownballa. With me in the booth is Kevin Rabichow.
Come in and be like.
So far, Kevin, have you been impressed by both players' play?
Environment for all this stuff.
Honestly, yeah. I
Do you mean on,
think
like,
that
online?
Yeah,
or,
online or
like
or
we haven't seen a lot of
either
big
way,
spots, which I am interested in.
I mean, I guess there's casinos. Which
There's
is
definitely a big part of like evaluating someone's skill when you see how they navigate a big
the main
pot
place.
Sure.
and a huge
Yeah, I've
decision,
never really
right?
understood. Like, I haven't talked about it because it would sound self-serving, but I don't know why. Like, these games that run don't just bring a trusted pro in to run the game, and like
Yeah.
they don't need to let more pros in.
Yeah.
Does feel
I
like
don't want-
both
I don't
players
wanna
have a
do
game
it.
plan.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm busy.
And it's a
but,
reasonable one.
I mean, like the home games and
pretty
stuff.
pretty
Yeah,
high level game
just
plan
have,
so
like,
far.
have like whoever. Have Jason Kuhn running your game. Have Joey running your game. Like,
Yeah.
why not?
I mean, it could work. I think. Check.
Fives.
Good. At least in LA, like I guess the problem is, like no one has invested the like time and energy to start one,
Okay.
and then so it's just like. I guess that might be a big part of it. The other thing is like I could invest a lot to like try to get a game going and stuff like that, but it's like hard to, it's like a little bit unreliable. Like I don't know exactly how things will go.
Yeah.
Like if they'll,
What do you mean by invest?
like it's a big investment. Like you rent a place,
Oh,
you
sure.
like invest in the
Yeah.
all the amenities, whatever.
I got you.
You need to like get a whole team together, right?
Yeah.
Brownballa, unflinched by aces, continues speaking, completely unmoved.
1200.
These boards are always interesting. When you're playing out of position, there's a lot of ways. See different players approach them differently.
12.
Some with a big bet, some with a small bet, some a lot of checking. Definitely for Ishan's hand here, makes a lot of sense to bet small. He's got the board pretty well covered. He's got backdoor clubs.
The nuts. Almost the nuts.
Had me beat. Before we start, I'm gonna get some more chips again. Let's see.
I've been running super hot so far.
I'll take another 10.
10.
That hand where on the king X board, I had king 8. Flopped the full house.
You flopped the flush. I turned a flush. It's
Yeah.
not a high flush.
So I'm guessing the fourth diamond saved you.
Yeah, it
some money.
saved me a lot.
Wow.
10K.
10K back. This one I thought I was gonna win.
I had the nuts again. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Dennis. We did get that sorted.
I'm folding to either. It's fine.
Surprised to see Phil not reload to more. Than,
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's heads up. The variance can be insane too.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
I was playing one of my friends. This was like a couple of years ago, and I think I lost like 17.
Yeah, can we get 10,000 for Bill? Thank you.
I lost 17 buy-ins and 1,000 hands.
That's intense.
And then the same guy I beat for like 50 per 100 over like 18,000 hands.
So it was a high variance game.
Yeah, I mean
Like
that's heads up.
It is, but I mean, it sounds like your play style's added to it.
Yeah, for sure it did.
Yeah, I mean, thinking of that game plan that they came in with, it's quite possible that Phil just decided he preferred to play 100 big blinds.
Check.
A strategist at heart, I'm sure
I
he wants
know.
to feel like he's got a handle on what he's doing.
Off after 200 more.
$200 or 1,000?
200,000. That's
Your wife likes to play tournaments, right?
Yeah.
I played with her briefly at Stormex.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, that was
seemed like a
another
fun
final
tournament.
table that I made.
Oh, you
yeah.
final table.
I got third in that one.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. But
5.
it was a fun one.
Stormex, that was a
Yeah.
invitational event.
Yeah.
I believe so, yeah. Some
Yeah.
Poker Go Studio event a little while ago.
Yeah.
Lots of four-liners today.
Yeah, and these are fun. I mean, these are some of the scenarios I feel with the most opportunity for mistakes, because it's easy to see things as just very like, oh, I have nothing, I need to bluff, or oh, I have whatever less than a straight, I need to fold. Like just kind of
You got it. 8 high.
too simple of an approach on these boards, and you'll end up either bluffing way too much or folding way too much.
It's one of the worst hands I could. Well, maybe not.
Yeah.
I was thinking about
You
it.
have a lot
What do you think of
of
the shutdown with 7-8 with the 8 of diamonds there on the paired queen river?
on the
It's
river.
reasonable. Like it's it's a funny spot because he's probably usually going to have a diamond when he bluffs the turn,
Right.
and then when he gets to the river, he might be thinking, oh, I don't want a diamond. But it probably does help. Like the smaller diamonds are probably less damaging than the bigger diamonds. So if he had like the 4 diamonds in his hand, maybe he follows through. If he has the 8 or 9 of diamonds in his hand, maybe he shuts it down. Can't exactly get in his head for like what the system is there, but he seemed pretty sure that he just wanted to shut that down, and I don't
Right.
think it's because he never bluffs. So I believe this is the first time we've seen Phil playing out of position in a 3-bet pot.
Believe you're correct.
And against a small bet, yeah, I mean, tempting to stick around, but one of the worst types of pairs we can try to navigate. It was going to be hard for Ishan to win that hand.
Do you guys live in Vegas?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cool.
Is it tempting to stick around though? Is it?
It's a
before-
pair against a small bet. Just me? I'm the only one who feels tempted to stick around with 7s on King, Queen, 10.
Kind of between.
Might just be you.
So when I met my
I would
wa-
never feel tempted,
he was in
but
LA.
I'm not good at heads up.
Yeah.
We were kind of back and forth between all 3 places. Those 2 in Vegas.
I see.
But yeah, it's mostly been here since. It was kind of an accident. When we well,
Again, a
it's a long
quick
story.
check back from Phil.
So I had an apartment out here that I would rent like year-round just for the
Perhaps spending more energy figuring out
the
how to
few
tell
months
this story.
I spent here. It was easier.
Yeah.
And my building sold I was renting from the building. They sold the unit, so I got kicked out. And then,
That's weird.
yeah, so I was looking at other apartments. I was like, you know what? At the time, it was pretty cheap to buy a house here, and I was like, let's just buy a house instead.
Yeah.
And did that and ended up building a house. And then
Oh,
when I
cool.
got finished, we got married in our backyard.
Nice.
Right after the house got finished. And then and I thought we were going to still live in Vancouver and spend a little bit of time out here.
Yeah.
I felt the 4-bet, so I wanted you to be able to think how much is it?
5,000.
I thought we'd still mostly be in Vancouver, but
It's a good bluff
we started
there.
having conversations with our friends. My wife would be like, you know, we just love it here. I think we're going to stay here.
In Vegas?
Oh, yeah. And I was
Yeah.
like, oh, we are? Okay.
I see.
that's
So
kinda
it kind
happened.
of just crept up on you guys.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, I'm from the Bay Area originally. And then I moved to LA. Like 2 years ago now?
Okay. Do you like LA more than the Bay
Yeah.
Area?
I mean, in the Bay, there's like a lot of people that are very, very similar to me and like in tech.
Yeah.
And then,
Check twice from the set.
Might even see 3. I like the turn check.
set. Just let me check raise.
Yeah. Had the exact wrong pair.
And so like when COVID happened, a lot of stuff shut down, and I kind of just like felt like there was more stuff going on in LA, which I think there is, and so a lot of my friends moved out too. Like a lot of my close coworkers moved to New York, and like all over. So seemed like a good.
I mean,
time
it seemed
to
like a
move.
lot of people moved out of the high tax states
Yeah.
into you know, Texas and Nevada.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I'll always be in California. I just like love the weather
Yeah.
and the people are cool. I mean, LA, a lot of people get a bad rap, but I think it's a nice place. It's really big.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's
And,
enough
I mean,
diversity.
any place that size, you can find your people.
Yeah.
It's too hot for me. I mean, I know that's silly. I live here. but
I just hate it here because it's so dry. Like, I can't like.
yeah.
I just like wake up with a sore throat like every day, no matter what. Like,
You would get used to it after
Yeah.
after a while.
my skin feels like it's like shriveling up every day.
Yeah.
It's just like, I don't know, not my favorite.
Situation
Eventually.
Yeah, that's true, I suppose.
brewing.
How long did it take you to adjust?
A couple months, I think.
So this, wow,
Big bet.
very big.
We have seen Ishan go pretty thin. This is the second time now with ace-9, actually.
I mean, I come for like a few weeks at a time, usually.
Can Phil ever fold to this size?
I'm supposed
I would not be folding this hand. Oh, I
Wow.
think I heard him say I think I'm supposed to call.
All right.
I always have it. I've shown down like 8 hands, but I've had it every time.
Well, don't
Wow.
think I noticed the 1 or 2 times you didn't show.
Yeah, that's fair.
What a fold.
Yeah, it's a big fold. We giving the live reads edge to Phil right now? That seems to be the opinion up here.
He's made some big decisions that seem, again, all of them fringy, but
Yeah.
clearly being pushed.
Did see the comment in the chat about the graphics. We are on a 10-minute delay here. So sometimes the graphics do show up before the cards are dealt, but well, we've had that info for 9.5 minutes at that point. So those are the correct cards. Saw Phil bluff a similar hand strength on a board that looked like this. See if he still thinks it's, yeah, just seems to be like part of his
1500.
plan to bluff this kind of hand class. One of those funny spots, like any queen is just as good as the next, sort of. Maybe you'd rather not have a 3, the lowest card in the deck, you know, one of the lowest cards in the deck. Because when Phil's looking for bluffs, he's going to need to have a low card.
Oh, close.
This was check, check, flop, is that right?
I guess.
And then check, bet, turn, or did it go
Okay.
Ace high.
all right,
I think it
announced?
Nice hand.
All right, and call. I thought it was small bet flop, check, check, turn. But
Okay.
I could have that backwards.
Maybe chat will help us out once it gets there.
Didn't think it was queen.
Yeah. Those spots I just bet 1/3 with everything.
Oh, okay. That's
Yeah.
good to know. Well, what does everything mean?
Well,
100%.
maybe not everything.
100%
Anything
range.
anything that like
Yeah.
I'm not gonna like
gotcha.
check fold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So maybe it was check, check, flop, and then a small bet on the turn. That seems like
A lot of
Yishan's describing
lot of,
betting everything reasonable.
the hands that
Yeah.
a lot of the hands that get there on that turn.
Oh, this is
Yeah. So it's a bit hard to find the defense, I think.
you don't expect.
This might just go in. I mean, Phil's certainly thinking about 4-betting. That looked like a genuine count of his stack because he's been reloading and losing a few pots here and there, so he wants to know how much he has.
Looks like he does come with the 4-bet. Is just calling a
Calling's an
terrible
option. No, calling's an option as well. I see different players do it both ways. Calling is maybe my preference because when Phil bluffs, he sometimes has a 9. It's a little more likely you just run into it when you go all in here. Just run into ace king or 10s plus.
I see.
Phil's not going to have 8s. Phil's not going to have 7s. Pretty much just has 10s plus. So it's very reasonable to just call, and he does go with that.
See what if we get a board that slows any of this action down. We did
Oh,
not.
No. It's going to be very hard for this money not to go in. See what Phil goes with for size. Just the instant all in.
You got me, probably. 9s?
10s.
Unfortunate.
Reasonable jam.
One's good, yeah.
Very reasonable, yeah.
Yep.
I was interested if running it once. Very interested in the size that he would go with if he did raise. He doesn't have to just go all in. He could have min raised or
Correct.
something, but there's so little behind it. Like Phil wasn't even 100 big blinds. I think looks like he was about 85 big blinds. So totally understand just being all in. Might even get called by ace king there. I think he should get, if Phil has ace king of spades, ace king of clubs, I think he just calls and runs it. Or even ace 5 off.
To get all in before the river. You can win a
Guess,
pot.
Well, now we are going to see a little bit deeper heads-up poker getting played.
Something came on. I think it said it stopped recording.
Phil looking out for the camera crew.
Good guy, Phil.
Probably could have got away on some flops. Not that one.
Yeah, not 6 high. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a cooler.
See Ishan going for the lead again.
On this paired second card. You think he might be just range leading these?
Yeah, I think it's relatively common. Ooh, little switch of hand strengths here. It's relatively common to see players who use these small leads to just do it with everything. And
This is an interesting spot.
I mean, if I'm in Phil's spot, I'm bluffing here basically always. I think it's a good hand to bluff. You have 4 high, you have no showdown value. And there's a chance that when you have 2 4s in your hand, there's a chance that Ishan just has like 10-3, 9-3, 8-3, like these kind of, or even just 10-9 or Jack-9. Those are not automatic calls. Ace high, pretty automatic call. Nice hand, Ishan.
Nice hand.
Very satisfied with himself, too.
Let me check. Yeah. That was one of those where I didn't think it was going to work. But
Yeah, but you have to bluff.
4 high.
It could have worked. I could have like 9-10, Jack-9 type stuff.
Yeah,
I'd probably just fold
Yeah,
it.
but I mean,
Yeah.
Jack-9's the same. I mean, it's not the same, but it's
Yeah,
almost the same.
almost the same.
With Jack high in that same spot as the ace high, you similarly calling, or are you making
I could have some
something
of
Phil
think
just said
it's-
was Jack high was basically the same?
Yeah, I do actually like
low flush
the,
draw. I'd
the
probably-
main benefit of having the ace there is there's a chance that Phil's value betting an ace, and you don't want to.
Yeah,
You don't want to just hero call Jack-10 all the time and just run into like ace-3 and pay it off every time and lose. But
Yeah.
Or-
if Phil was actually polarized to a full house or a bluff there, I would actually prefer calling with Jack-10 over ace-6. Because
Interesting.
the 6 could be a bluff card for Phil.
Fascinating.
And the Jack and the 10 are never going to, those are only good cards. Those are going to be.
And Phil came with like pot size or so.
Yeah, the pot makes me think he doesn't have an ace.
Right.
Some players would bet an ace there for value, but maybe they'd go half pot or something.
Ace high.
Gotta get all in.
Huh?
I gotta get all in.
Well, I didn't have a good hand for that. I was
No,
thinking about shoving pre.
I need to get all in too. I can't win on rivers.
Well, we're a bit deep to go all in on the flop, but
Yeah.
maybe you could try shoving 10x spot. Maybe it would work.
It might work.
Phil does seem to need to get all in. He is not getting the best of card distribution so far outside of that 9
How
versus
did you
10s.
figure out who to play for the Galfond challenge? Was it just like open invite?
It was open invite, but I mean, I played. Basically, I asked people to reach out and propose different things, and so I
Yeah.
mean, there were people that reached out that I didn't play against
Oh, okay.
because I couldn't do. I picked, I think, 5 matches.
Right.
It was a combination of like what I thought would be good viewing and who I thought I could beat.
Yeah. Who did you think that you wouldn't be able to beat? I'm guessing you didn't play that person or those people.
Well, like, Linus wanted to play half-half.
Oh, yeah. I see.
I'll check.
King Eye.
Oh, no.
Was surprised by the quick decision from Ishan not to bluff that hand. When the 10-9 rolls off, I thought it would have been reasonable to...
Well, half-half obviously wouldn't really...
And Sauce, I didn't play. I mean, like, I've gained confidence since playing them.
Yeah.
You know, but before, I hadn't played in a really long time.
Right. Who was the hardest, do you think?
I think Venny was the hardest.
Oh, really? The first one?
Yeah, I thought... reputationally, people said Action Freak was better, but I thought Venny was, like, I mean, an Action Freak was very good, but
Yeah.
Venny felt more, I don't know, dynamic.
I see. Like a bit more unpredictable.
Yeah.
2000.
Yeah, that's usually what's hardest about heads up. Like if you can't really tell what someone's tendencies are because they're too random, then it's hard to create edge.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't just unpredictable. Is that he was changing things throughout the match more clearly.
Yeah.
So when Phil mentions playing half-half against Linus, I believe he means half PLO, half Hold'em.
Yeah.
Heads up is more like, okay, this is what I think their battle plan is, and this is what my battle plan is going to be, and then if like your battle plan only works against what theirs was.
They were doing it. But I mean,
work.
that's the fun of it. But yeah, it makes it harder.
Yeah.
7.
It is really interesting what Phil's talking about, that like the ability to play different styles and the ability to change your game plan over time. Really very specific to the format of the Galfond Challenge, which was a really, really long heads-up match, right? I mean, they played for months. Probably not something that's going to happen over the course of this one stream, for example, right? Like, people show up with their game plan for 4 or 5 hours. That's kind of all you have.
Right.
But to show up week after week with different stuff, that is impressive. That's hard. That's a whole different skill set.
And he was saying he thought Venny Vini had the edge in that domain.
Yeah.
Very small bet.
Deceptive sizing with a very good hand. But, you know, that's clever too, to be thinking about, oh, I might be value betting thin in this spot. So that's a hard skill to develop, is putting yourself in the shoes of a different value bet when you are value betting. A lot of people think, oh, if I was bluffing, what would I do when they have value? Or if they're value betting, what would I do if I was bluffing? It's definitely a skill in itself to have like a really strong hand and think, well, are there other hands that are weaker than this that I might also want to bet?
Likely more common ones, even.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brownballa seems to be playing well.
Like 19, 20?
19, yeah. I mean, like I was saying, I played cards with friends beforehand, but not like real.
Yeah.
And I never thought, I never had a strategic thought before, before then. But, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I like to play video games a lot growing up, and then I kind of got into poker because it's kind of similar, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Also played video games. But yeah, once I started playing poker, I stopped games altogether.
Oh, really?
Got my fix.
I still play sometimes.
Yeah.
Here and there. Yeah.
Sherman, I believe they have a few hours planned here. I'm not sure we have an exact run time, but 4 or 5 hours is my understanding.
Yeah. Maybe when I retire.
Yeah, maybe.
5.
Do you have plans to retire?
No, I don't think I'll ever retire.
Yeah, me neither.
It's too interesting to do stuff.
Yeah.
Interested if we'll see
Check.
Ishan go for value. No, he decides to just check. Definitely strong enough to go for value.
Smaller
Is
chip.
Phil's hand ever
Yeah.
Just 'cause I'm all
bluffing?
I'm all yellow.
Or is that
over.
just too...
Maybe
On
5,000,
earlier streets, maybe.
5,000
I
something.
mean, not on the river, though.
Not on the river.
Way too much showdown.
Yeah, not on the river.
Sorry. I meant when facing a value bet from
Thank you.
if Brownballa decided to go for value.
Oh.
If that ever becomes a bluff.
Thank you.
Don't know that it has any really like good properties about it. Probably just a call or a fold, I would think.
So you just don't like tournaments because they're too slow?
I really don't like short
The
stack.
good properties it has is the great feeling you get when you scoop a pot and someone
Why?
folds.
Too gambly? Not enough
gambly.
strategy. It's just
Yeah.
like either I choose to go all in or
Yeah.
I fold.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Despite how today has gone, I like playing rivers. I like playing multiple streets of hands. You know.
Yeah.
Phil mentioning how much he likes betting rivers.
They'll do no work for us.
River to 9.
Shout out to BetRivers.
Flush.
Good.
Pretty quick call from Ishan.
Yep.
All right. I just had to say that I like rivers. But yeah, it also like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like so much of tournament poker, you are handcuffed. Like you
You're
don't have a
handcuffed?
decision
Yeah.
to make for most of the
Yeah.
day. Like I like to make decisions all day.
Yeah, that's true. It does feel like sometimes in tournament poker, it's just like you're just waiting for someone to give you money and you're
Yeah.
not really just like
Yeah.
doing things yourself. But like there are some times where like, oh, like you know that like this person has this tendency, so you can just go crazy in this way against
Yeah.
them, which is kind of not really something you get in very many other formats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Like,
mean, tournaments, they can be really fun. I mean, it's like, it can be really fun when you're running hot in tournaments for a while. It can be really unfun when you're not.
yeah. Yeah,
2,000.
that's true.
And not just because of like winning and losing, but just
Yeah.
when you're
This
running
should be an
back,
interesting
fold
pot.
and fold and
Yeah, we're
lose.
getting ready for a big one here. Don't think Phil's going anywhere.
But that's live poker in general.
That's true.
Or bet
like
a slightly larger size than Phil has been going.
Yeah.
They are
I mean,
150
like,
big
some
blinds
days
deep
where
now.
it's just,
That's
like,
fair.
hours of folding.
See if Phil can work any magic here, whether on the flop or with a live read.
Oof, in the window.
Oh, that's going to be very tough.
$2,500.
Is raising ever a consideration in this spot from Phil?
I think it is because Ishan's going to have pocket tens, pocket jacks, pocket queens, pocket kings. It's
Right.
there's a lot of combinations of hands that are worse than an ace that are going to be in this spot. And if Phil just calls, they're very likely to go check on the turn. Or at least a good chunk of those hands are likely to go check on the turn.
Worse aces could even be in the spot from.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, all these hands might check the turn. I don't think ace-king will check, especially not with the two flush draws out there, but
Right.
you got to think that
5,000.
raising flop was definitely a consideration. Raising turn at this point, I would be a little more surprised to see.
Right.
I think now Phil's probably considering his hand more of a bluff catcher with the occasional, oh, he's got a thin value bet that won't put any more money in no matter what I do. If I raise, they'll fold. If I call, they'll check the river.
Right.
Doesn't make a big difference, right?
All in.
Oh, wow.
He does go for the turn raise.
Whatever you want.
2 times. I feel like the second board's me.
All right.
2 times.
Oh, now just in the tank about how many times to run it. Well, the first board was definitely not him, so he had at least half a read.
Former
yeah.
pot heads up 100 big blinds, like,
Yeah.
can't really do anything.
Nice hand. How much do you have? So take that 5 back too, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So
The reverse setup.
I think it's around 20 back.
18.
Certainly can't fault Phil for putting it all in. Feels like he's going to get called by some of those hands I mentioned occasionally, right? Feels like he's going to get called by, well, if it's ace-5 or
18.
Ace-9.
ace-9, these hands will certainly call, but even queens or jacks, they still have a decision to make.
This.
Phil's line is
20.
consistent with a lot of flush draws.
I will need 20 more.
And certainly no matter what he does, he's not supposed to get away from this hand.
22. Do you want to keep this?
Sure, yeah.
I'm going to keep 5.
Okay, yeah.
So,
sure.
oh, you 5, and I have, yeah, 15.
Todd? 20,000, please.
Some purple.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So how did you get in touch with Todd and them?
He's betting 20K.
So, Run It Once Poker was, they want-
remaining.
I had-
1,000.
yeah,
1,000.
1,000.
Yeah.
Run It Once Poker was acquired by BetRivers, or the RSI, who runs BetRivers.
Yeah.
And so was Poker Night in America.
Yeah, I see.
And so then we,
Oh, so it's like almost like business partners. I
yeah,
see.
yeah.
Where is that company based?
I think Chicago.
Oh, okay.
They're-
So
it's
it's an
pretty
American company.
Yeah, yeah. It's a pretty remote company. Check. Thank you, sir. All right, remember my cutoff is, I think it's, yeah, 160,000 more.
Phil already negotiating a stop loss,
And
losing about 100 big blinds per hour.
I fold.
700 and fold.
It is a tough win rate in a live heads-up format.
It's not what you want. It does speak to the variance that they were having a conversation about earlier. I mean, both of the hands we've seen are
Are you gonna try to do
totally normal all-ins.
more
Right.
heads-up challenges in the future? You think?
I don't know. I want to play more online heads-up
Yeah.
challenges, but I don't want to travel like I did in the past so much. Like I went to Vancouver for 5 months, and we're pretty settled here. So I need somebody to play me online in the regulated U.S. market, which it's hard to find people to do that.
Yeah. That was because the guys you were playing were also international.
Yeah.
I see.
Could be a dangerous card for Phil if he decides to start bluffing at this after 3-betting pre-flop.
Ace not clearly good for one player or the other in this spot, or is it?
Well, it's good for Phil in the sense that he's going to have more ace-queens and ace-kings. Like, he's going to have more of the best aces in this spot. Ishan's going to have plenty of aces, but he's going to be lacking the ones that are most excited to get all in. So I think the way for Phil to approach that spot is probably like the occasional large bet. Just represent ace-king and ace-queen, and otherwise do a lot of checking with the other stuff.
But yeah, I really, like I mentioned earlier, I thought more states would be legal by now.
Yeah.
And I thought we could have, shared liquidity in a much bigger market, and I'd have some more options. But
Yeah.
Not the case right now.
So if you could play anywhere from here, where do you think the best option, the best market or the best option would be?
For opponents?
Yeah, just in general, big games, whatever you like to play. Say you can move any market, like Dubai, and you could just have it here in the U.S.
Oh, okay. I guess I don't really know.
Yeah, you're not that familiar with
Because
the international
my
scene.
my heads-up matches are just usually pros. That
Yeah.
So that's not who we'd want to move here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where the hot spot is now. I mean, Macau had its time.
Yeah.
And it's slowed down there. I'm not really sure.
I was maybe gonna go to Macau in February
Yeah.
with Saya for Lunar New Year or something.
Oh, cool.
I've heard mixed things from everyone. Some people are oh, it's just all grinders and nits, and then other people are oh, there's good games and they're big.
Yeah.
So I have no idea because I've never been there.
I mean, I've heard that it's much worse than it was, but it was very good. So I don't.
Yeah.
That might still be good.
Yeah.
Just see it.
Quite the flop.
Pretty standard 3-bet from Ishan. Pretty standard call from Phil. And we had seen some small betting. Well, it was a little bit of a different board when Ishan bet small on the Jack-8. I think it was Jack-8 in a low card. Now with it all connected, he's being a little more cautious.
He checked even.
Phil, I mean, he's only got a pair of 8s, but with all the extra equity here, he's ahead of a 10, so he's value betting here on the flop, and ooh.
Definitely a turn Brownballa might be able to get away from, though.
If Phil bets.
If Phil bets.
It's one of those. I mean, again, another 4-liner, another 3 to a flush. We've seen some passive play even from really good hands. But it does look like Phil's thinking about betting. At this point, I get the sense he's just thinking about his size.
Wow. Maybe it's not as big as it looks.
About half pot.
Half pot? Okay.
Quick fold from Ishan. Nice getaway there with a 10.
Steven, there is a 10-minute delay, so by the time the cards are displayed, that hand was 9.5 minutes ago, so the cards are showing up a little early, but just because of the delay.
Why did you make the switch from no limit to PLO?
It kind of happened by accident. The big games on Full Tilt back in the day, they started to not really dry up in today's terms. They were still good, but for those days they were drying up a little bit, and so you'd get a couple of 200, 400 games, maybe 1 or 2 running at a time half the day, and 200, 400 PLO was running all the time.
Oh, okay.
And then they started spreading 500 1K half, and it was running a lot and really soft.
Yeah.
It's I have to learn. And so I started learning, and then for a while, it was just all that ran, so it was all I played.
Yeah.
And then by the time No Limit was running again, I was so out of practice. I was I probably don't know what to do anymore.
Yeah. I see.
Have you just been No Limit?
Yeah, check.
King high.
I got a deuce. So I started playing No Limit with my friends at the office. And then I tried to get really good. I played a couple of my other friends heads up. Then Recently, I've been trying to play more PLO, but it just like feels like it's such like a variance fest, and like
The thing is, like, it kind of is, but it's basically just. How do I put it? It's basically just twice the stakes of what it is, like in No Limit. The win rates are higher and the variance is higher, but if you just look at it as if like 100, 200 PLO is the same as 200, 400 No Limit,
yeah,
then it's not that different. I feel like.
yeah. I guess I never thought about it that way. I don't know. I mean, maybe part of it is like I haven't played that long and I've probably been running bad also.
Yeah,
And so
I mean, no, it's definitely high variance, and because there are a lot more spots where the money just has to go in.
yeah,
In No Limit, you can make some like big reads and big folds.
Yeah.
PLO, you
Yeah.
can still do that, but it has to go in a lot.
yeah.
Both players with a little bit of something here. Pretty big size from Phil. That might just convince him. Yeah. So just fold.
Not enough of something to call the larger size. Probably would have called a smaller
Then,
one though.
Ring, it just feels like
I might have been
the
tempted.
time
But
everyone is just like
You
waiting
might
for
have
good hands.
Yeah,
It
that
doesn't
actually
really seem like
I dislike ring PLO
Yeah.
because in loose games, there's no like when 5 people see the flop, there's no creativity at all.
it's literally just you make a hand or you don't.
Yeah.
500. Call.
Seven.
7.
Another larger size.
Sorry. Have you ever played other games or just No Limit and PLO mostly?
I've played a bunch.
Like mix and all that weird stuff.
I've played all the weird stuff. I'm not. So when we moved to Vegas,
Yeah.
there's a big bet mix running.
Yeah.
Like I started playing that.
That's the game in like Bellagio, right?
Yeah, it used to be
Yeah.
Aria at the time,
Okay,
but
I see.
and it was just like 12 games, all big bet, and most of them that I'd never played. But it was kind of fun because nobody really knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
So we were all learning together.
Yeah, that was like why I love Big O, because like when I was playing with my friends, it was
Yeah.
like that. And then like whoever started playing first would like, or whoever started like coming up with creative stuff first would just like win.
Yeah. Yeah, it was very fun.
1000.
Call.
Ace 9.
It's good. So I played that for a while. I've played limit mix games, but I'm pretty decent at big bet mix. Limit
Yeah.
mix games, I've like played a good amount of. I'm still bad.
Yeah, they just like melt my brain. I haven't learned them enough, so like I can play for like maybe 1 hour, and then after that I'll start confusing the games with each
It's
other.
just a very different way of thinking. Even like
Yeah.
limit hold'em, because like obviously you know hold'em, but it's just a different way of thinking entirely.
Yeah, that's why I didn't like that stud game when I played it a little bit either, because it was like, oh, like my odds are so good, so I'll
Yeah.
call, and then oh, my odds are still good, I'll call, and then they just always have it, and it doesn't really matter that your odds are so good.
Yeah, it's less about
Yeah,
deception. Hand reading's less important. It's
Yeah.
just like, I mean, there are those elements, of course, but
yeah,
I don't know. Like I would just at the beginning when I played, I would like trap way too much.
Yeah.
Like, you just never trap. in the-
yeah. It's just never worth it, because
Yeah.
like you're not even inducing anything.
Yeah.
Like you're
Yeah.
inducing instead of like
Yeah.
10% of the pot, you make 15% of the pot or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah. And like if they know you're
Yeah.
capped, they can bet 1/5 pot. Like what can they do?
Yeah.
Raise the pot. Call.
Deuce to 7 triple draw, I played a lot online, and I got
Oh.
pretty good at that for a while. That's the only limit game I've ever felt like I was a favorite in at a table.
I see.
7.
Also a very different game than the others because,
Yeah.
I mean, just draw games are different than board card, common card, or community card games.
Yeah.
Play any mixed games?
About, like what business you want to get into next?
I don't. It's one of those things that
I'm
you go to the World Series every year and think, I should learn mixed games.
my plate's full enough for now.
Yeah.
And then I leave and nobody plays
I
mixed
took on
games,
too
at
many
least in the
things
games I play,
Yeah.
for like 11 months. And then I go to the World Series again and, oh, I wish I learned mixed games in the last. I've just done that on repeat for about 8 years now.
Man, we've been getting some action flops.
500.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one because very normal for Ishan to be using small sizes when it's a monotone flop. But both players actually have really big hands, so Phil could go either way. He just goes with call. Ooh.
Oof. Phil really been getting the worst of it so far.
He
Spots.
has.
And we get a check with the nut flush.
We see this kind of thing a lot too. Like a lot of players' strategies when four flush comes out is either like big bet really rarely, and check a lot. And I mean, here we see Ishan has a hand that could have bet big. And Phil may be taking the same sort of approach in position here. He's got a set, almost kind of semi-bluffing here.
Wow.
It's a pretty interesting play. I mean, imagine being in this spot with King 7 offsuit with the 7 of hearts, like King, King 9 offsuit with the 9 of hearts,
I got it.
and he's not going to run it.
Nice hand. I don't know if my bet is a thing.
Bluff the river.
Oh, I couldn't bluff.
It's a good description by Phil of the kind of spot he was in. He had a lot of equity on the turn, but he also still has some equity on the river. I mean, he could be up against King Jack. He could be up against maybe like black aces or something.
It has been really cool, like meeting everyone though that, like I kind of like looked up to when I first started playing. Like it was really cool to meet Doug, and like obviously you, like Rabbit Chow.
Yes, I went through the same thing, when I started playing and watching.
Yeah. Check
8.
9.
Chat mentioning that raise on the turn with the nut flush may have been better than going for the river raise. What are your thoughts?
Your beef yet?
I mean,
It's tricky because when Phil bets that big, he's sort of claiming to have the ace of hearts himself.
yeah. I think.
So I think I would have done the same as Ishan,
Yeah.
or I would have bet myself if I was
Yeah,
Ishan.
I mean, my perspective on that is like people should be able to say, like free speech. Like if people say negative things about me, I'm open to it because I think everyone should be allowed to say what they want to say. Obviously,
Yeah, I
like
think so,
there's
too.
a line though for sure. Like if someone's being bullied, I think that's not okay.
Yeah, I mean,
And it's a bit of a gray area with like the videos. It's hard to I think it's hard to know because everyone engages in that in some regard, right? Everyone engages in like what I think is right and like what you guys think is wrong type of like narrative. And most people just do it in different ways. And so yeah, it's a bit.
My feeling is, rights and responsibilities are a lot different. Like obviously, everybody should
When you have more power.
be able to say what they want. Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like real consideration from Phil. Maybe throwing out a little block bet on the river.
7.
I love when the subconscious bet sizing sneaks in. I've just made 3 7s on the river. 7.
Yeah, I can agree with that as well. It's fair.
Not much of a consideration from Phil.
I'm pretty easygoing with.
No, it's a good getaway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with 2 low cards, it is one of those bluff catches you don't really want to call with.
It's fair.
3s are good cards to bluff with.
Right.
Yeah, I usually am as well. Well, I guess,
Depends.
well, easygoing. It depends what we mean by easygoing, but yeah, I think I usually.
Yeah. Check. Four.
All right, I need more chips again. I'm just gonna get 20 so I don't have to keep reloading.
Todd?
Sounds good.
Ben there, Phil. Yeah. I know the feeling.
That happened in your match against Doug ever?
Yeah, the second day, it was just reload after reload after reload. I think I was in for all the money I brought to Texas on that day.
It's a good feeling.
No. No, it's not.
So you don't play that, like that many hours? Because you just don't have much to play
Yeah.
these days.
I play like Hustler
problem.
like maybe once or twice a week.
You're keeping track, right, Todd? I'm halfway to my stop loss. Thank you.
You know, right?
Phil's serious.
I'm joking. I'm joking. Yeah.
20, 10, 10, 20, 20.
I play I play like once a week on Hustler usually, and then outside of that, I started playing in this like big app group a few weeks back. So I've been playing that every day or two, like a few hours here or there.
Did you have a period where you played like 40 hours plus?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
during COVID and stuff, I
Okay.
would just play with my friends like every day.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah. And also, honestly, like when I used to work at Lyft, like my last year, I just like didn't really have that much work to do, so I would play a lot like while I was working.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. Yeah.
Looks like we got a
What
Three
will
bet
likely
pot
be a
coming
3-bet
up
pot,
here.
Yeah.
gonna try not to make too bold of a prediction, but I have a feeling we're seeing a flop with 4,000 in the middle. And these spots are interesting. I mean, still going with checks. Not everyone likes to check on these kind of boards out of position. A small bet would have been a reasonable choice as well. But once he checks, unless this board changes drastically, we would usually just expect to see both players check their way to showdown. It's always possible that Phil sniffs out that his hand is best and he thinks he can get in a bet here. You know, he does like to bet rivers.
Tens.
Good.
But he just goes with the showdown, and Ishan seeing no reason to bluff with pocket threes. He could definitely have been good there.
What were we talking about? Oh yeah, when I was playing a
Being
lot.
a bad employee.
Yeah. I used to play like a lot with other engineers and stuff too. During COVID, like everyone was working from home, like things slowed down quite a bit. So I played a lot back then too.
Did that contribute to you being able to do less? Like, did work slow down because of working from home, or unrelated, you think?
No, it was for sure related.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a combination of a few things, but that was definitely a part of it.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Domination Nation here.
Phil starts with a big bet, so we're not going to see Ishan raise with this,
Hand
you know,
class.
weaker kicker on his top pair. That's a pretty safe turn, and will we see Phil bet larger than the pot?
If it looks like it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Going for about 1.5. 1.5 times the pot there. I mean, just such a clean board. All low cards, no flushes possible. Only the one straight possible. This is a good bet size from Phil.
Clean river as well.
Pretty clean river. I mean, on a higher board, this starts to get a little scary to keep putting money in if you're Phil. But it's hard for Ishan to have two pair. There's not a lot of two pair combinations when the board's this low. He does just go with check.
King 10.
Yeah, good.
Could have been an opportunity there for a little 2/3 pot on the river. But Phil just playing it safe. I mean, he can certainly be beat. He's not guaranteed to have the best hand.
Yeah, I mean, it started as a hobby. Like, I always played just because, like, I love the game, I love the strategy.
Yeah.
And I loved, like, I kind of love the improvement of it. Like, I really enjoyed, like, seeing the growth in myself, I guess,
Yeah.
where it was like, oh, like, before when I did this, like, I would just, like, go full retard. And now, like, when I do it, I'm, like, making decisions that I know are the right decisions.
Yeah.
I feel like it helps you a lot. Like, getting really good at poker helps a lot in, like, making better life decisions also.
Oh, yeah.
Because, at least for me, like, when I was younger, I used to just, like, get emotional about things and then go crazy and do things that I would regret.
Yeah.
And then as I, like, kind of got better at poker, I was able to have more control over that aspect
More deliberate
of myself.
with decisions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Decent flop for.
Yeah, I think poker's a fantastic teacher.
Yeah.
Ishan being a little deceptive here again, thinking about those other value bets he might have. He's got the nut straight here, but just 300. Yeah,
Straight.
not surprised to see him check. It's just gonna not work out against Phil's hand here.
Sometimes you've been unlucky.
He's got enough to show down.
I've had hands that are just checks.
Checking the ace, just thinking he'll see enough bluffs and value bets from.
That's heads up. Most of the time, no one has
Yeah.
anything.
Well, and again, he's putting himself in the mindset of those weaker hands, right? If he has a 7 or a 6, and he just bets 300 on the turn, the ace comes, he has to check. Like that. That's all very consistent with his overall game. It's
Like, bored of that.
pretty strong.
Of it and what it gives me.
Yeah. Did you
Yeah.
feel like coming from a real job
Yeah.
that did you feel it was extra motivating, the fact that kind of your performance was directly correlated to your results compared to, you know, that not being the case exactly when
Yeah.
employed?
Yeah. I mean, well, the thing is, like, it wasn't necessarily that correlated in my job either. Like, for my,
No, I meant that it is correlated. Like, basically, like, if you put in the effort and you play well, on
Yeah.
average, you're gonna win. But
Yeah.
at a job, like,
Oh,
if
that's true,
you
yeah.
try twice as hard at your job,
Yeah.
it might not mean anything.
oh, yeah.
To you know.
Yeah, I never thought that much about that part, but, like, I do think that that's something that,
Those are the makings of what could be an interesting hand.
well, for me, it's like, I haven't really ever cared that much about the results.
Yeah.
How
You
big
made
was
a
that
click
raise?
back.
600. Yeah.
That part of it, yeah. I think, at least, like, I feel that part of it more, like, when I'm playing, like, when I have, like, a clear goal.
Yeah.
And when I have a clear goal, then it's like, okay, like, I want to play this guy heads up and I want to win and I lost, and so, like, now I'm going to, like, try to improve and figure him out.
Yep.
And so, in those times,
quite small again.
In those times, for sure.
Yeah, he's definitely representing like a 6
Yeah.
kind of hand strength. And he gets Phil. I mean, Phil's hand,
That
not
was-
really the kind of hand you want to be calling down with, right? I mean, two deuces.
I was in college, but
Yeah.
I always felt like, you know, well, at least it used to not be about politics. Like you show up and you play, and your performance is, you know, if you play well, you're going to get rewarded. You don't need to have somebody recognize that you played well. You don't
Yeah.
need to, you know,
Yeah.
be friends with the right people. Although,
Yeah.
you know, that changed. Or I mean, that was always an element of some aspect of poker. But.
Yeah. I mean, so yeah, I mean, I have an example for my
I
job.
think
Like,
it's my button now. Yeah.
I have an example for my job. It was like my first. I think I was there for about a year, and I was up for promotion, and like my boss had told me I was up for promotion, and then just like after the review cycle, it turned out like I wasn't up for promotion. Because like he was managing too many people and he forgot or something.
Okay.
And so like I was pretty tilted about
Yeah.
that. Like stuff like that is just like kind of politics and random stuff. But in poker, I guess there isn't that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've had goals around it in the past, but
How do you mean? What kind of goals?
like in poker, I mean, mostly just like around like playing better and doing better, or like improving.
Yeah.
Like the most fun I ever had playing poker is like when I was playing my friends in heads-up challenges, and like I would lose, and then I would just like be like, okay, like I'm gonna figure this out,
Yeah.
and then I would just spend like the next like 2 weeks, like every day I would just like wake up and like go through hands and be like, okay, like I'm gonna figure out what they're doing and like why it's bad.
Yeah.
Like, so like those are the times when I have the most fun playing.
Yep.
And so most of my goals in poker have been those times, like when I've had something like that.
Cool.
The rest of the time it's just like, it's just hard to have like solid goals when like you feel like there isn't that much more room to improve. Yeah. I think like always having something to strive for is pretty
I think it's
pretty
very,
important.
Very important, yeah. But there's always, I don't know, there's always room to improve, but it's a question of, does it improve your expectation? Like, do you have opportunities to cash in on that improvement?
Yeah, I mean, the way I see it is like a lot of people in poker, they're like, oh, like I want to play the softest games and win the most money, and then they don't really, like afterwards, even if they do, they don't really feel that great about anything. But
Yeah.
like, if your goal is not necessarily about like just playing the softest games that like, and winning the most money, it was more about like, kind of like figuring out what works for you and what doesn't work for you. And then like that journey, then like that's where you actually feel happy at the end.
Yeah, I agree completely. I had like
And like,
4 years of my career where it was just like waiting for the games to go and
Yeah.
you know, show up to the soft game and
Yeah.
play my C game and win.
yeah, exactly.
And it was not, I mean, I made good money during that period, but it was,
Yeah.
much less rewarding.
Yeah, and like Airball is kind of in that mentality. So he's like one of my close friends. So I try to talk to him about it. He like the swings get to him a lot, and then like Garrett, I think, is also very heavily in that where he's just like, oh, I only want to play like if I'm gonna like have a 90% chance of winning, and like I don't have to like try that hard and I can win, and like it's just like more money focused. But like, I mean, maybe it's just like entitlement, and like I'm lucky to be able to say it, but like I just don't think that like the money matters that much if you have enough, and so like.
No, I completely agree that like you're going to be happier with goals, even if they're.
And like it's more, I think it should be more personalized. Like everyone is different. Everyone like finds value in different things, and so like having it be more personalized to you is like where you actually become more happy.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. So, what do you consider a goal right now?
Yeah, I mean it's hard to say. Tournaments has been where I've been trying to put my focus, Like I wanna become better at tournaments. I wanna like try to win one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So win one. That's
Yeah. Try to win
something
a tournament.
concrete.
Yeah. I mean, it's for sure hard and like
Yeah.
it could take a very long time, but that's what my goal is right now.
Yeah. Yeah. I think as long as the goals are concrete or like measured, something you can work towards and see the progress, or like know when you achieve it, is really important.
Yeah.
Seems like Phil's preparing for his mastermind coming up in a couple of weeks. I think. Months? I can't remember.
King.
King.
Chop.
Sounds like it. Where are they going again? Should we run an ad for?
I'll just pop open the Phil Galfond newsletter real quick.
I remember like it was just like every time I played, I would do something. I would do like 12 retarded things, and I would be like, I know all these things are bad. Like,
Yeah.
why would I do them? And so then it became about breaking it down. Like I got the A game master class. I went through that like 2 times.
That I
for
really
sure helped
enjoyed
a
that
lot.
course. Yeah.
Yeah. I think I got it when I helped you guys build the app the first time, and
Okay, nice.
I asked them to compensate me in that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was. I found that helpful too.
Yeah.
Talking about Elliot Rowe's A-game masterclass, Brownballa said he went through it a few times. I think I started it a few times, I guess, which is about the same.
Didn't make it through the self-evaluations, the worksheets.
It's way too much writing for me.
Looks like that mastermind is January 18th in Palm Springs.
Very exciting.
Probably should bluff. King high, Jack.
It's a great newsletter for those who don't subscribe.
It would have got through.
I think it, I
If you
think
don't
it,
subscribe, you're missing out on opportunities to go to Palm Springs with Phil Galfond in January.
It's also cool when I meet people like that come from a bunch of different walks of life in poker.
you get. I mean, in poker, you get so much of that, especially high stakes poker.
Yeah.
You get very interesting characters.
Yeah. It does suck though, because I feel like also like all the scammers are attracted to it because of how it's centered around money, like all this drama with the Mars stuff has all come out, which, yeah, sucks.
Yeah. It does suck because it's a beautiful game that, like, but it's never gonna escape
Yeah,
that kind of stuff happening.
yeah. So like that's why I was trying to brainstorm if there's like a business idea that could like create more trust and security around everything. It's just hard to implement.
I just don't think, like, not to doubt you, but it's so hard to think of something that casinos and the online sites haven't thought of already
Yeah.
when it comes to that.
Yeah, it's like either you go the regulatory route or you go the unregulatory route.
Yeah, I think what would be really great for poker, but is not, I don't know, doesn't show promise of happening, is for people who scam in poker to get prosecuted in
Yeah.
court.
Well, I mean, if they do it in a regulatory environment, then it would happen, right? Like they would get prosecuted. I mean, I guess the
people-
Postle stuff,
Postle
nothing
also,
happened there, and that was in a
nothing happened
casino.
there. I mean, who knows what's been confirmed and what can be confirmed, but a lot of cheating has been supposedly taking place on WSOP.com, which is a regulated U.S. site.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that
Like RTA cheating, right? And like
RTA, account sharing,
yeah.
and I don't know what's provable or what's true even there, but
Yeah.
yeah, that would make a big difference if it could be prosecuted. But the problem is, juries and judges don't understand poker. It's too confusing.
Yeah, it's true. A lot of people a lot of the legislature and stuff needs to be curated to like people that have a deep understanding of like what's going on.
It's very hard to understand.
But maybe like with the advances in AI, maybe eventually it can tie into like
Security.
yeah.
Yeah, not going to get away from this one.
Flush.
I didn't even think about it.
Pretty small pot leading up to the river. So with top pair.
Maybe like there could be some usage there where like it can help people get more context into things they don't understand.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean,
I think it's unlikely. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's not poker, but like when Phil Ivey lost those cases against the casinos, like, I mean, I don't think he should have.
yeah.
He
This is
could
like
have,
yeah.
he could have lost.
It's a lot of like regulatory capture and like people getting paid by the people that are making the decisions
Yeah.
and stuff like that, I think.
Nick, I believe Brownballa is currently winning. I believe.
Yeah, all the money on the table, save for Ishan's original 20K, has been added on by Phil. So
I'll
we
let you
got
win.
Ishan in for 20, Phil in for 80.
What are these cameras for?
So they're testing it out to give us a like the what is it called, like the vlogger view.
Oh. So does it show our cards? Oh, so we
Yeah.
should like hold them up and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's capturing it. If you can see them, I think it can.
Oh,
see.
okay.
But the idea is it's a test run, and
I see.
I'm excited to try it because like that's the kind of content that I am not able to produce because I don't play live poker.
Yeah.
But it's really popular.
Have you, for your content stuff, have you thought about doing stuff with other people at all?
Yeah, it just never ends up happening because
I'm down to do some stuff.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never ask anybody.
I'm here till the 20th. I would be down to. I'd be down to record some stuff,
Yeah.
like whatever topic.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am here.
I was starting to do something also in content with Airball and Lynn, but then after the heads up stuff, it like fell apart.
It's really hard to stay consistent, which is what
Yeah.
it takes. But it's so
I mean,
hard.
we were in a good groove, but then just like it was hard enough to manage like one of them. It was impossible to manage both of them. Yeah.
I believe it.
Yeah. And then like after the heads up stuff, there was like Lynn felt bad because she lost a lot on it, and then Airball took that personally. It was just like too
Okay.
difficult to manage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a hard one.
Yeah.
Raise it 5. 2,000.
Ooh, another big pot brewing.
Yeah, looks like Phil pretty quickly called 3-bet there. Didn't think about 4-betting.
He knew.
He knew what was coming. Ishan not going the route of betting small. Just going to check, and I'm sure he's hoping not even to face a flop bet. See how strong you've used this hand here.
Not very strong.
Yeah.
Tempted to call?
Yeah.
This one not as much, no. I mean,
How many
out of position's a little different, right? Similar hand strength, but out of position.
Sure.
I think I was smart to
Yeah,
just
2-3.
Cool.
avoid the spot.
Sounds good.
Looks like we might be taking a break for a second. So we will be back with you shortly. All right, guys, welcome back to Poker Night in America, brought to you by BetRivers. We got 100, 200
Like
heads up going on between Phil Galfond
Yeah.
and
I mean,
Ishan
like,
Bala.
they're still at first.
And
but
here in the
once
commentary
they
booth with me
keep
is
going,
Kevin
like, all my
Rabichow.
friends are like,
Yeah.
let's go.
Heads up
like,
legend.
Get hyped
It
up
is
for
fun
it.
for camaraderie.
Literally, it's a
Strong
Legends
words.
event. You won, right? Wasn't there
Mine
like
is
a...
on, I
That's
think.
true.
Yeah.
That was
Am I right?
Run It Once Poker
Yep.
branded event.
So I think that's what you get to go by now, is Heads Up Legend. I think that's part of what came with that.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Standard 3-bet. I don't think Phil has to 3-bet hands like this, but they're all reasonable. Like the high-low suited hands, Queen X, King X, Ace X. They're all reasonable, but usually you don't see so much of it.
1500.
He was already commenting on his own impatience in tournaments, so.
Call.
And both players sticking around with just backdoor clubs, but
Good turn.
yeah, good turn for Ishan. It looks like Phil was given that real thought around whether he might want to bluff this hand on the turn.
Which, that'd be crazy.
Certainly wouldn't be crazy with King 5. I wouldn't like bluffing with King Jack or like a stronger high card with more showdown value. King 5 not that good. I'm sure we're just going to see him check fold here. Well, it's like he had some ideas.
It's important to have ideas. I don't know what happened on break between these two, but they're far less chatty.
What topics are you planning on trying to cover next in your social media? How do you like determine?
I don't know. That's the hard part is thinking of stuff.
Yeah.
It's a real struggle.
Yeah. I can
Like
imagine.
on YouTube, what tends to work is people like to see hand reviews, which I don't really like doing. But I mean,
Yeah.
it's easy, but I don't really think I'm providing much value. So I like to try to teach something.
Yeah, makes sense. I flopped it.
It's another spot where we saw Ishan just
But yeah,
leading small on the 4 straight board. Holding true to his word from
I want to
earlier.
get this footage and just try a couple shorts with this because I've never done that.
Yeah.
It's hard to figure out like the toughest. I started a newsletter and
Yeah, I subscribe to it.
cool.
I've
Thank you.
read, I don't think I've read all of them, but I probably read like 5 out of 7 or something.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah.
I feel like they were very good at first because
Yeah.
they were basically all ideas that I thought most poker players didn't think about.
Yeah, I liked the skill attribute one,
Oh, nice. Thank you.
where it's like you start out with like these, and then
Yeah.
maybe after 5 hours, like
Well, yeah,
now you're down to
you like video
this.
games, so.
Yeah, exactly. I like that.
Thank you. But like I'm running out of unique ideas. I
Yeah.
can't have a new insight every week, so
Yeah,
I'm just trying to decide if I want to do more, like, I don't know, like basic strategy that half the readers are going to already know. I'm not really sure what to do.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess you kind of have to like pick your audience
Yeah,
and then go from there.
yeah. I think what I did so far, all right.
Queen high.
Me too. I think I probably
You
would.
Did
got-
flop go check call?
Yeah. Yishan with a slightly loose float,
Yeah.
not
I
crazy,
think
but
at
surprised
first
again he
did
didn't
something that's
consider
hard to
bluffing.
do, which is write things that beginners and experts.
There was an ace on the board.
get
Looks
value
like
from,
the
but
flop.
that's very hard to keep
Not
keep
correctly.
up.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's very hard
Ace
to,
nine,
because like what one
four on the flop, I
what will
believe.
apply to like one type
Okay.
of player,
Yeah.
like is just gonna go over the head of another player a lot of the times.
Yeah.
It's pretty hard in that way because like a lot of it feels like it has to be curated almost. But I mean, I think the best pieces of advice are still kind of applicable to a lot of people.
Yeah.
But there's only so many of those, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've done some, like, whatever, research on, like, I think a lot of the people who pump out newsletters every week, they're, like, actively researching things to write about, like, new ideas, and it's kind of hard to do that within poker.
Yeah. Yeah, it is pretty hard to do that because like it's very well documented a lot.
I know most of the ideas.
Yeah. One of my favorite books is How to Be a Poker Player. Have you read that one or heard of it? It's by
Who's it by?
Hasib Qureshi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He's a great writer.
Huh?
He's a great writer.
Yeah. He is. It's more about like the philosophy of poker, I think.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of, so I did group coaching,
Yeah.
and that's more
Yeah, I
what
think
you have
I'm
some
friends
friends.
with some of the guys in your group.
That's
yeah.
more what it's about. It's about being a poker player, really.
Yeah.
And I find that a lot more interesting to teach.
Yeah,
Then-
I've done a small amount of coaching, but it was more just like random people. Like me and Airball were like backing Margot a little bit. She's like this girl that plays golf and
Okay.
was playing on Hustler a little bit, and so I was teaching her a little. I've like tried to help Ayaka a little bit, but
300, yeah.
I think you really have to like have a drive to understand the strategy.
Yeah.
If like at least to become really good, you need that. And then yeah, I guess like a lot of the soft skills, I guess there aren't that many coaching environments for that stuff. I guess like yours is one of them. Yeah. I mean the soft skills are pretty important, if
They are.
not more important.
Yeah, you need some, like,
Yeah.
the innate desire
Is there a second thing there? Oh,
to learn stuff. I mean, it's a competitive drive, and it's a curiosity.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, for sure, like, I got a lot better at that stuff through poker. Because, like, before I used to, like, trade stocks, and I, like, blew up my portfolio a couple of times.
Yeah.
And I think that, like, I think if I did trade stocks again, I wouldn't blow up my portfolio like that because
Yeah.
of how much I learned from poker.
Yeah.
if you have issues with that, it'll be a sensor, so hopefully that'll work.
I think we are trading decks right now. That's why there's a delay. Players are talking about the soft skills in poker, which is obviously super important. What how do you feel like your time breaks down as a player, trying to put into like actual like theory work versus some of the more softer skills in poker? Do you count like live tells, those kind of things? Is that a soft skill?
I mean, some of the stuff that they were talking about in that conversation, I feel like you just kind of absorb it through experience, like
Right.
because of the nature of working for yourself and having all your outcomes depend on you, and
Right.
success kind of creates those soft skills. But there's definitely stuff away from strategy that needs like its own
25
attention, right?
yellows.
You can get better at making live reads. You can get better at managing risk.
Right.
You can get better at
Table selecting, which is part of managing risk, I suppose.
yeah, to like game selection, scheduling,
Right.
like investing in yourself. In
Even
other
things like staying
areas.
healthy.
Yeah. All kind of related, I think, to just the fact that like it's just you out
Right.
there. You gotta take care of yourself to make more money.
36. 37.9. Right.
You can even argue there's a skill in having like a fulfilling life outside of poker. Not a skill necessarily, but I think having that outside of poker can help support you as a poker player.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I've always felt that was just like a fortunate, thing that I had. Like,
Right.
It's easy to take that for granted as you're coming up, and then you just kind of realize like, oh yeah, I was able to like focus on all this other stuff because I didn't have distractions, right? I didn't have
Right.
outside obligations. Nothing was in conflict
So
with
if you
poker.
win any tournament, you'll have hit your goal.
Yeah. Then
then what?
then maybe I'll go into PLO.
Okay.
I guess. I mean, I've been trying to learn PLO like just here and there, but I don't really have places that I play that much.
Yeah.
And so
Reasonable king high float from Phil here.
Yeah, I think on the paired board, you just want to continue when you have a king or an ace. It's good enough by itself. He'll probably just try to show this down. Sounds pretty strong on this run out. If he does bluff, I would expect a big bet.
King.
tens.
What's our thinnest value bet from? What's our weakest value bet from Brownballa there?
It probably will be a while.
I think you need an ace.
tournament. Especially because I only really play like the big field live ones.
Just so easy for both players to have an
With that
ace
attitude,
in that situation. Makes a
Yeah,
huge
it's
difference
hard
whether or
to-
not you have
It's
it.
hard to win a
Right.
big field.
Yeah, it's like they have 1,000 people.
And it's live.
At least.
So you're playing,
Yeah.
like a couple a month or
Yeah.
less.
A couple of months is like tops. Like
Yeah.
usually I just fire everything when there's a series. So
Yeah.
like during the W stop I just fired everything, and then right now I'm just firing everything, and then like I don't have anything else planned until the next time I hear about a circuit somewhere. I mean, maybe traveling would be better, but
Do
I
you
don't-
not like to travel?
no, I like to travel. It's just like a bit difficult. Yeah. Oops. But I just like haven't like really known about a series that would be worth it to travel for.
Gotcha, yeah.
And then international is harder than domestic,
Yeah.
and so I also like I don't really like playing the smaller tournaments because like if I'm gonna play a tournament, like I want it to be a payout that like matters. And since I
Yeah.
play so much like high stakes cash,
Yep.
like it has to be like probably 1 million guarantee or bigger, I guess.
Yep.
It's like reasonable.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the other hard part about tournaments for me is because of playing high stakes cash.
Yeah, it like doesn't
Like-
feel worth it for the money for
Well,
sure.
also just like whatever position I get that's not first, I'm like usually disappointed. Unless, I
Yeah.
mean, when it's a huge tournament and I
Yeah.
get third, sure. But
Yeah.
like for most of them, it's like I get third and I'm mad that
Yeah.
I play, like,
Yeah, same.
so you just end up so, it's just like a, I don't know, minus life EV.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. It's so much fun when you run deep.
Yeah,
that,
it
like
is,
it doesn't even really matter if you don't get first, because like all your friends are like everyone reaches out to support. Like, I enjoy that part of it.
Okay.
Like,
I've got another error here, FYI.
can definitely relate to what Ishan's talking about. The tournament lifestyle. I think a lot of people don't realize how expensive and time-consuming it is to play live tournaments for a living.
Yeah.
Going from location to location, living out of a suitcase, like not an easy gig at all. So you have to kind of pick and choose your spots for travel.
You often find yourself in a tournament where you're disappointed with anything but first?
That part I can't relate with as much. No,
Cash gets a bit repetitive.
I mean, min caches are tough.
No?
You know, small payouts are tough.
But I mean, to be perfectly honest, like it's been years since I played cash that wasn't heads up.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, this had an error
see.
again. An error? Yeah, it just said SD card error.
Final tables are great, though.
reformat or something.
If you make a final
A big final table.
yeah, but there's nothing like playing a big live final table. It's so much fun.
Yeah. Friends are there, the energy of it all.
Yeah, that's what I related to about what Ishan was saying. Like
Yeah.
it's more competitive. You get more attention on the outcome. Feels more like an arena sport than any other poker game.
Sure.
Phil might be thinking about a little value. No.
Probably will now.
I do wonder if Ishan ever checks this. He just goes for a big bet. His hand's very strong for the situation. No money's gone in post-flop at all yet. So you can see Phil recognizes how good his hand is. He just seems to know it's not a bluff, though. Like he thinks, I know that face, like, I'm supposed to call, but I don't
Is
think
that
you're
why you
bluffing.
stopped? Because you thought it was
No,
repetitive?
no, it all. So it started with moving here, and then I stopped playing online as much and played a couple years of that big bet mix, which was Ring.
Yeah.
But that was certainly not repetitive.
Yeah.
That game, it turned into something else it turned into half limit games.
Oh,
And so that was no good for me.
yeah.
And then I kind of Run It Once Poker started, or we started building it, and I
Yeah.
accidentally semi-retired. So I was just busy all the time. So I didn't play for a while, and then I came back and I played Heads Up. So it's just been a long time since I played something else.
I see.
You're good. But I
Yeah.
mean, so the last Ring I played regularly was that mixed game, which did not get repetitive because it was 13 different games.
Yeah. Which makes sense.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of get FOMO sometimes because it feels like all of the glory days are gone now.
What do you mean by glory
Like
days?
being able to, like anyone being able to play like super high stakes. Like nowadays, it's like you have to like fit a certain criteria
Yeah.
check, and then like if you don't fit that criteria or you don't know enough people, then like you won't really get to play.
Yeah. No, I agree.
And so that part kind of sucks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it used to be my favorite part of poker was
The freedom of that. Yeah.
just like, whoever shows up and plays the best. That's who wins. Check.
Jack high.
No good.
Surprised by that one as well. Didn't think.
Not bluffing the jack high.
Yeah, I think that's been one area. Like we've seen, I
Yeah.
think that's the third time we've seen Ishan like
Oh.
decide to show down a hand that maybe could
have other
bluff, maybe
hobbies,
not.
too. I think I want to get back into trading. a bit
Otherwise,
more.
he's played very tough in other spots. I think.
Did you find
really
it
well.
fun when you were doing it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Never gotten into it. Obviously, know a lot of people who have, and there's a lot of skill crossover, of course, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I enjoy it. Who knows if I'd like it? I like poker a lot.
Yeah.
Quick fold with ace five. Close hand, but reasonable.
I like learning new things, but only if I can like really learn them. I don't want to
Yeah.
like part-time learn something and be bad at it.
Yeah.
I want a chance to.
Yeah. I'm like that too.
Yeah.
But it's hard because like there's only like if you're like that, there's only so many things you can do. Like
Yeah.
you can only really do one or two things
Yeah.
at most.
Yep. That's true.
Yeah.
Check.
Check again from Phil.
Yeah, Phil clearly with a different strategy here for these four-liners.
Yeah.
Playing a little more conservative out of position. This is an interesting spot. It just kind of feels like once the turn checks through quickly,
Pick a
neither
king.
player is super likely to have a king. But if I had to bet on who was more likely to have a king, I would think it's Phil. Ace-king, though, definitely more common for Ishan. Does get it through. A little surprised by that one. Maybe a small misstep from Phil.
I remember when we were looking back over the like Ruse AI matches. Heads up, we were watching the AI go
That's
pretty
not what that
bonkers in
means.
similar spots.
I think human players
Could be
tend
that.
to overestimate how easy it is to
Can't
beat
show
the
all my
board in those
value hands,
situations.
just most of them.
Yeah.
So they're not willing to take enough risks to fight for those pots. But if you let the machine go at it in those spots, and you see a whole bunch of, I'm all in for 40 times the pot. Because I think what happens if you bet too small, it just never works. Like
Right.
again against the bot, you bet too small, you don't have a king that often, it just never gets through. It never accomplishes anything.
How long has your wife been playing poker?
But if you
for?
jam,
If you jam, maybe it works. Well, if it jams, Phil probably folds most of his kings. Because Ishan can have ace king.
In, I think it was like 2008, but recreationally. I mean, she played a long time recreationally.
Yeah.
And then when we met, it was still, I mean, who knows, like, how to draw the line between when
Yeah,
she was
it's-
rec to pro, but it took a little while.
I see.
pot seems to be Brownballa standard turn probe sizing.
We have seen 300 as well.
For on the four liners, that's right.
Not too well. Even on a board like this, if I remember correctly,
Okay.
I think when he had 8-9.
Queen eye.
Nice hand, Phil. Recognizes the showdown value. No overcomplication there.
Would you like to see Ishan follow through with that bluff, or do you like the shutdown?
I think it could go either way. He does have the queen of diamonds, which is
But
not
she took a break for a while.
the
when we
most
had it, so
attractive card to bluff with, but it's not terrible.
She's been getting back into it.
Phil's not going to have
her first
flush
tournament.
draws that often.
I feel like in spots like that,
she's maybe
really
liked
is
tournaments.
where spots that can go either way is really where you see a difference between
Yeah.
Well,
like,
she
really
had
great
a seat in a good
heads-up
game.
players or not. Because if you're always tending to shut those down versus if you're always tending to fire them, you're going to really massively swing one way or the other.
Because it's better.
Yeah.
and-
But
I
yeah.
will certainly always tend to fire them.
Let's see.
If we ever play heads up against each other, you can use that against me.
I'll keep that in mind, yeah. Just don't fold any rivers.
Yes.
Put that note in my head. Deceptive little check back with the queen, but Phil's not going to bluff. When the board runs out like this, Phil's king high has a lot of showdown value. So he decides to just check.
We'll see how much he thinks.
I know we've said Phil likes to bet rivers. It feels like he likes to call rivers too, and here we are.
Yeah.
Can definitely relate to that feeling, always looking for a reason to decide my opponent's bluffing.
Yeah, it's a bummer to not have access to games.
Yeah.
It's fun to.
It's just
Oh,
like
I'm first. Sorry, I thought you were first.
it's just like politics and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean,
Feel forgetting how poker's
Nick
played.
can play in like any game he wants.
Yeah.
Because now he's like invested enough in his image and like the character.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
He's become.
yeah. But I mean, I don't think it's great for his mental health
Really.
because like the swings like really affect him a lot. And so
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. I mean,
it's not great.
the swings happen.
Yeah, they're like unavoidable.
Yeah. Check.
Rafi, the commentators, is myself, Jared Alderman, and we have Kevin Rabichow in the booth. Heads up specialist.
Striking a balance.
Yeah.
Seeing Phil use that small check raise sizing again.
Paired board.
Even on this one, I have a feeling we're going to see some action with these two hands. I mean, Phil's got to be really tempted to bluff when he has Jack 10 and he gets a good turn like this. But Ishan's got all the right kind of connectivity to continue. Interesting kind of in-between bet size. And again, just no hesitation. I would like to see Ishan take a little more time there.
Ooh, interesting river.
It's a pretty complicated spot. I mean, he does seem to have his ranges figured out. He's definitely got like the default situations figured out. But that turn spot is complicated. I'm curious. I'm curious if Phil finds value here, recognizing that Ishan didn't really think about raising on the turn. And here he goes for it. Like, you wouldn't always go for 3 streets with this hand strength. Usually you need trips. But he's going for it with just the jack. I think he might have recognized that. Even here on the river, I guess he's not raising. Which, fair enough. It's a scary spot to raise, not the most appealing range to bluff.
We have been seeing Brownballa play pretty quickly. I wonder if that turn read or that speed on the turn means all that we think it does.
Spot to find.
Or
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, it's how I would have interpreted if I was playing myself, but I've also got the cards face up 10 minutes later, so
Right.
it's a little easier for me to spot it from here. But I would definitely, you know, like Phil's play is not that common to check raise and then bet
yeah,
kind of 50% pot, medium size.
Sure.
It's not clear what he's representing. I would take a little bit of time to just figure out like what are we dealing with here?
sure.
What is this range? Nice discipline fold from Phil with the very playable hand on the flop, but not a good turn at all for him.
How you feel about these 2 turn probe sizes we've been seeing? Pretty standard.
Switch to
Like a
PLO.
33 or a pot.
It's kind of interesting because like the way I learned turn probing and heads up is to only use 66% pot, so I never use either of those sizes.
I don't really have one around that yet.
Yeah.
Because,
Got to get there first.
yeah. I mean, I guess my short-term goal is like just building fundamentals.
Yeah.
Like getting a good feel for the spots, like similar to what I have in Hold'em.
Yeah.
And I think that would take quite a while.
It's kind of an easy game to learn if you're playing ring.
Yeah.
Because you
You just play good hands.
just play good hands,
Yeah. Like 4 in a row or double suited
yeah.
or close enough to
High
that.
cards, high suits.
Yeah.
See if we try to take this 6 to showdown.
I was curious if Phil sees this as a bluff hand. He's double suited, as you might say, in PLO. I mean, he's got 2 blockers to 2 different flush draws, and it is going to work. Like it's a reasonable way to approach the spot. He's just got absolute nothing.
And
But
good
if-
removal for a fold.
Yeah, like if Ishan has either flush draw, he's going to
Not that much
continue.
about PLO.
But if he
I was
doesn't,
kinda
it's
just
a lot more likely to
watching
fold.
a bunch of videos on it to try to get a better feel for it. Like I got the PLO puzzle course,
Yeah.
and then
Never heard double suited.
I was going through that one, like every few days or so.
Yeah, I enjoy that one.
Yeah, that one's quite good.
Never hear that when you're all in ace king versus ace king suited. The guy turns over ace king offsuit. He's like, I'm double suited.
No, I haven't. I'm gonna start using it though.
It's a live poker thing, I
Find
guess.
start
some things
playing-
I like on there and try to understand.
playing
what
double
they
suited
think about
connectors.
stuff. That's always been how I've tried to learn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, a lot of today's kids just want to learn from the tools, which are fantastic. But
Yeah.
I always learn best from videos.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, like with solvers and stuff, like you don't really understand why anything is happening.
Yeah.
Like it's just like, okay, this is like 50%, 30%, 20%, but like it's just like it's just like you don't get anything from that. Like,
Okay. 5-minute break.
okay.
Looks like we're gonna be taking a break. We will be back shortly. unconventional. So far, I think Phil is in 80, I believe, and Brownballa in for 20. So Brownballa definitely ahead in this match so far. Both players playing phenomenally well.
How much work have you put into like your mental game and stuff? You work with like Elliot, right?
Yeah, quite a bit.
Like, did you do that at first, or was it something you started later?
I've always sought coaches. So I worked with
Yeah.
Tommy Angelo a long, long time ago.
I watched some of his videos when I first started.
Yeah, very beginning of my career. I would say I do a lot of self-guided work on my mental game, but yeah, I've been working with Elliot since that course A Game Masterclass came out, and he's obviously been very helpful.
Yeah. I'm pretty interested in psychology too, so I read a lot of psychology books here and there.
Yeah, poker's, I don't know, it's a great way to learn about yourself.
Yeah.
Seeing Phil call 3-bet with this hand makes me think the 8-3 suited from earlier might have just been part of his plan to 4-bet a hand that's just a little bit not good enough to call.
Right.
That is a pretty typical approach that a lot of players take. It's like, oh, this hand's just a little bit too weak to call. Maybe I'll 4-bet bluff with this. This was a while ago now, but he 4-bet 8-3 of clubs against a 3-bet in a previous hand.
Right. Probably see this just going to showdown, I imagine.
Yeah, I do wonder if Phil sees this as like a board texture that's so good for him that he wants to start betting, like wants to start bluffing. It seems like no. And I think especially on this card, both of their hands just got a little bit better.
Right.
I think we're just going to see it go check, check. But on the turn, I wasn't sure. No, 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush.
7.
Phil is climbing, slowly chipping his way back.
You're right.
Sure.
Thank you.
5.
Have you done coaching, like mental game coaching?
Yeah, I've done a few sessions with one of Elliot's guys, actually, Dan Heskett.
Yeah, I haven't worked with him, but I'm sure, Elliot's guys are all good.
Yeah, I got like a 10-pack like maybe a year and a half ago, and then I used a bunch of them.
Yeah.
And then like now it's just like whenever maybe like I'm going through a downswing or something.
Yeah.
Or looking for some direction, then I'll do a session.
Yeah.
But other than that, not really.
Yeah. Yeah, I was talking to Elliot, like during the challenges, really, really frequently.
Yeah.
But now, yeah, every once in a while.
It's a nice shout out to Dan Heskett. He used to be a Heads Up No Limit player himself.
Did he?
Yeah, I knew him. Geez, how long ago was that?
40, 50 years?
So, yeah, I was in the roaring 20s.
You guys would get your underground liquor and...
We were still using MSN Messenger.
This is a king high versus queen high, and
Queen high.
Phil put in a bet on turn. It's very small.
Yeah, we've seen a couple from both players. I think now a couple of like small high card protection bets, which I think, for that board, it's pretty reasonable to think you can get called by worse. I mean, he did.
I do think I have like a predisposition to
Weird in that spot, going for protection, like having a 10, because doing for king 10,
people just,
I guess that makes it,
struggle with that a lot.
it makes it a little harder to get called by worse, is it not? Or
I
I mean, he
jack, like, for example.
it didn't take as much.
probably might just call king 5.
Sure.
Any king is reasonable in that spot.
Bill just calling with his gut shot.
We haven't seen so many of these types of spots, but I do feel like I've noticed Phil playing a little more passively without the backdoor flush draw. He said here he has diamonds, no diamonds on board. Just goes for the more cautious route. Looks like we're seeing a big one here on the turn. Another one of those good boards for overbetting. Both players using same sizing, it seems like.
You calling open-enders on that,
Sure.
to that overbet on the turn?
rely on
Or
that
do those
skill.
get to get in the muck as well?
10-8 for sure. I'm not folding. 8-6 would have been iffy,
Maybe I
I
don't have
think.
a natural disposition for that.
I had a realization a couple years back, because I was always just like, I don't know, always very chill.
Yeah.
And like I never understood when somebody would like punch the table. Like not that just like how do you let yourself do that? Just like I never had the desire to punch a table. Like why?
Yeah.
And yeah, I couldn't relate to kind of anger in that way. And my dad passed away
Yeah.
a couple of years back, and like for a good little while, like I noticed that I had a temper.
Yeah.
Like for the first time ever, and so it is. I realized it was like circumstances.
You got it.
It's king. It's not just how you're born. It's your circumstances
Yeah.
can have a big impact on your emotional regulation.
Yeah, I can see that as well. I think it's also like probably a skill.
Yeah.
Like I think you kind of have to encounter like emotional stress in order to learn how to
Yeah, that's true.
overcome it and deal with it. And then like maybe some people just have a more natural tendency.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I for sure, at least when I was younger, I for sure was not very good at handling my emotions. It took me a long time, for sure.
Phil again showing that more cautious approach from out of position. He could bet the turn, but he just goes for the check. Now he sees that there's a lot of value in his hand. For a second there, I was wondering if Ishan was considering raising, but I think after that little facial display there, I think he's ruled that out. Just contemplating a little hero call. I mean, he's ahead of bluffs. It's not the wildest idea. I just don't know that the 9 is doing anything for him.
Does 10-5 seem fine to you?
Yeah. Yeah, I think once it checks down, Ishan usually just has like ace-3, king-queen, just like so many random high cards that need to think about calling.
So even though he had
I mean,
queen 9 in this time, you
good
think
for that.
jack 9 doesn't get here as often in the same way, or?
Probably not as often. A jack is more inclined to bluff on the flop
how
than
you
a
respond
queen.
to them.
Yeah.
He could have a jack, absolutely, but
Right, not enough.
not enough. No.
And calling enough ace-highs, king-highs to make it.
Yeah. Or weak pair. He has weak pairs too, right?
Right.
Pocket fours,
Sure,
ace
sure.
deuce.
I mean, he contemplated with queen high, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I mean, it really is like pro poker is like entrepreneurship, really. Like you're running a one-man business.
Yeah. No, I mean, I still think that, like, there's, like, a very human element to it that a lot of people tend to ignore. like the way that Garrett sees things and the way he talks about it is just like as if like it's only ever about money. Like it doesn't matter like what else you do. Like as long as you're optimizing your bottom line, like nothing else matters. So I don't really agree with that ideology. 3.
Well, does he? Are you? Is that more of a life philosophy, or are you just saying like you don't think that that's the best way to earn the most in poker?
Well, it might be the best way to earn the most, but yeah, it's more of the life philosophy.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Phil sticking around on the flop with just the queen of diamonds. Did he check?
Can we turn this into a bluff now?
I'm not sure what the plan is. I'm surprised to see the check in the first place. His hand became quite weak as the board ran out.
But
He looks unsure himself.
Myself, I try to stay as aligned in those two things as possible
Yeah.
because I think that is also what leads to the best decisions.
Yeah.
Or like if you have inconsistencies in like how you feel about things and how you like do
Acts,
things,
yeah.
you end up like making more mistakes, kind of.
Yeah, I agree.
Nine.
Brownballa does seem to be running good. Some of these spots.
Yeah, these little showdowns matter a lot, right?
Right.
I mean, you could have the best hand 75% of the time in these little pots, and it's just going to shift the outcomes. Because I think what a lot of people find, I guess to some extent, slow about heads up, but also like surprising about heads up, is that there's so many just nothing little pots that happen, and you have to be involved in all of them, and you have to fight for them.
Right.
But they're playing so many pots that are less than $2,000, and it's a 100-200 game, right?
Right. But if you win a lot of them,
Healthy.
so it makes a very big difference.
Good for entertainment.
Yeah, good for entertainment. Yeah.
It depends, like what rivalries.
I mean, like I guess Berkey has one with Doug. Berkey has one with Airball. You have one with Doug. What other big ones are there?
I think, like, I wouldn't call those rivalries. I just call them. I don't know. I don't know what to call them. I don't know what I call them. But to me, a rivalry is like, you know, you compete a lot and you have like a. I don't know. You're always battling each other.
Right.
At
So
the table.
kind of like Berkey and Airball.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I guess they only had the heads up thing, but
Yeah. Check.
ace high.
Again, all these little pots. And Phil always trying to be the gentleman in terms of what is a rivalry.
Well, you're talking about.
Or maybe not.
Yeah, Phil trying to avoid being looped into a rivalry with Doug.
I mean, that's what they are. It's just drama, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a rivalry that results in poker
Healthy
being played
competition.
is good.
That's
yeah.
good. Okay, so like Doug versus Negreanu.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I guess you could argue that any rivalry could result in poker being played. So, you know, it
Yeah,
could be
I mean,
different.
it's something that I've thought a little bit about, but not that much. I mean, honestly, I wanted to play Berkey heads up before Nick, and then Nick kind of like thought it was a good spot, so he was like,
Yeah.
I'll do it. And I was like, okay. But, I mean, that's the thing about heads up. It's a lot different from ring, and if your matchup is not very good, you can just be screwed.
Yeah.
if you haven't played enough before, because
It's a very different game.
yeah. But people tend to think it's the same.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
But that's also why like I don't play much ring is when you play heads up, like play heads up only, and then you try to play ring. You play,
Yeah,
play
you end up
badly.
spazzing out
Yeah,
and you
yeah.
you like go for crazy hero calls and
Yeah.
then
Nope.
they
just
never
have-
work out. Yeah.
Just have queen jack suited. Flop
Can't
straight.
relate to that at all.
You can't relate to that.
I don't have queen 3 pre-flop.
Yeah. That's
just-
fair.
Even
get
switching
used
for
to
me, like I was playing tournament. I took a year to play tournaments.
being able to
Switching
miss
from
it.
that to 6-max
Yeah.
made me feel
Exactly.
way too loose, like specifically in blind spots, you know, big blind versus.
Yeah, throw an ante in the mix and it makes a big difference to
Yeah.
the whole game.
Looks like we might be waiting on cards here.
That's okay.
All good.
I'm noticing there's a book on etiquette in the background. I find that interesting. Hi, Phil.
I don't know that I ever read that one.
The Idiot's Guide to Etiquette. Pop for Phil. We are unsure of the holdings.
But yeah, it's crazy. Like to me, even heads up live is a little bit slow.
Yeah, it's slow. You're one table, you have
Yeah.
to wait like a reasonable amount between each hand.
Yeah, which is great. Like so, ring is just drawing dead at
Yeah.
being able to have fun.
Yeah, that's fair. It's fair.
I mean, I have to get used to it again.
Yeah. But it's just like so hard to find people to play heads up with.
Yeah,
Like
it's,
I played a little bit in this app group with a couple people, but like it's like very sporadic and
also I mean, the app games are generally high rake, right? And
well,
like
yeah.
high rake for okay,
This one I got into is low.
okay,
It's like 5% capped at 0.1.
okay.
Um,
But yeah, high rake for heads up just
yeah.
kills it.
Yeah, yeah. You can't play. Both people will just be
Yeah.
losing. But yeah. 3.
We have the 300 small size again on the 4-liner. With a very medium hand, I feel like.
I do think it's an interesting strategy. It probably wasn't in his best interest to tell Phil in the first 30 minutes that it was his strategy. But so far it hasn't
6.
really done anything to hurt him.
Good.
Because I think the best thing Phil can do is just increase his raising frequencies in general
Right.
when he sees that play, but
Yeah, so
he's not going to get that opportunity
it seems
too
like
often.
heads up is kind of a dying game.
We haven't really
still-
seen Phil get that opportunity.
No?
I don't know. People, I don't know. Yeah.
What do you
think
think?
some people still
Is
battle.
it a standard check back with the second pair, meet goodish kicker?
I could probably
I think it's
find
fine.
a few opponents if I.
He
like,
could have bet once.
I could still find a few opponents who would play me and
Yeah.
who I would play them as well.
Yeah.
I think that heads up is more alive than like early solver era because I think actually solvers like brought it back to life because people see each other making
3.
mistakes.
300.
Because they can look back at the hands and be like, oh, they
That's a
did this
mistake.
wrong.
That's a
Yeah.
mistake. That's a mistake.
Yeah.
Whereas for a while, when you couldn't do that,
Yeah.
just like felt scary to play somebody else good.
Yeah.
Phil's showing to be pretty sticky on these paired boards.
1,000.
Yeah, if you're calling Jack 5, you're calling almost every Jack on the flop.
And we've seen, yeah, it looked like he was even thinking about a turn call. We saw the Queen 5 earlier.
Twice, yep. He did.
Yeah, that's fair.
He
I
paired the
guess.
turn, pair the river. He
River.
did. He paired the river.
Yeah.
That's right.
Ishan unfazed though, continuing to bluff those paired
I've been
boards.
playing a bit more in the last few weeks than I did in like the last like probably 2 years or something.
Didn't come here all the way from LA to check.
I don't know. The other thing is like it's so much based on like reputation and what people think. Like
Yeah.
even if like someone could beat you, they might just like not want to play you because your reputation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that
and stuff
definitely.
like
So
that.
like, I don't know how long ago now, but I tweeted that I was looking for like half or no limit opponents,
Yeah.
and like I hadn't played any no limit in 10 years. And
Yeah.
the only people who responded were like top 5 players. You know, like,
That's funny. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, it's just because your
My
face is
reputation.
everywhere. Yeah,
Yeah.
and like they saw that you like won all this money in PLO from all these people, so they just like assume.
yeah, I think my
That you're the
reputation in
greatest.
particular, people think that I like don't take the worst of it,
Yeah.
which is actually not true. Like,
Oh yeah, everyone takes the worst of it
Yeah.
sometimes.
yeah, I lost, I don't know, a couple million playing mixed games trying to learn,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, but that part isn't
hasn't?
really publicized or marketed.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the
Very
same
relatable.
thing with like Garrett wanting to play airball heads up. Like before, Garrett was like, or airball was like, I'll challenge Garrett,
Yeah.
and then Garrett was like, didn't say anything because he was like, he obviously didn't think it was a great spot. And then airball snap loses like $1 million to Berkey, and
Yeah.
like literally the same day it ends, he's like, okay, I'm ready, let's
Yeah.
go,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
it just goes to show like how much bias there is, and like
for sure.
how most people, like even at the top, are not that in touch with the realities of the situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Classic coin flip.
Pretty deep at this point.
Yeah.
Over 200 big blinds.
Ooh. So my read on this spot is like we'd rather call 3s than like 9s, but is that wrong?
I think you just call both.
Yeah.
Against a small bet anyways.
Sure. Now I'd like to have 9s.
That's why you call the flop with 9s.
Yeah.
These are tough spots. Like the 7 is not a total blank. Ishan can have 8-9, 7-6, 10-7 suited, Jack-7 suited. It's not an easy value bet for Phil, but no risk against pocket 3s.
Yeah, somebody needs to. There needs to be some kind of like round robin heads up matches where like 4 people agree, like, all right, we're like, I'm gonna play him heads up, you're
Yeah.
gonna play him.
And then the winner plays the winner.
Like just, or just something where like
Yeah.
everybody feels they have an edge in some way. Or like,
Yeah.
you know, I'll play 2 people heads up, one of them who is supposed to be better than me, one of them supposed to be worse than me, you know? And
Yeah.
like even it out.
I mean, I would be down to participate in something like that.
Yeah.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
That does sound fun.
And like,
Sign
maybe,
me up,
And
Phil.
obviously, like they would have to share action or something to make
Yeah.
it worth it for the person who's worse. You know?
well, it could be like the game.
I
of
would like
Gold
to
stuff,
formally
except
announce I would like to share your action
form like that.
structure
That's what I
Phil
was
is
like,
proposing.
me and Airball were talking about this idea like a week or 2 ago.
So I do have dibs.
Like it could be pretty cool. Like you could pitch it to like a studio like this or like
Yeah.
Poker Go and like.
I guess like tag team
and
heads
we
up
could bring
is
like the cast and
a
all
lot harder to
structure.
define the edge.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah.
People in pairs are way more likely to
Feel
sign
more
up than
fleshed
solo.
out, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that would be fun.
But
Tag
I
team
think
heads
that'd
up
be
could work.
A great
Again,
idea.
I
You
would-
could have like some prize money
Staking
at
a
the
flag.
top.
That's the thing. If they would start, instead of raking, if they would free roll.
Yeah.
you guys couldn't see it, but I did receive a fist bump.
Play heads up, they might.
That is as binding as any contract.
I think there's a lot of cool ideas. I mean, Game of Gold has shown that, like, if someone puts in the legwork, like, it'll be successful.
Yeah. Game of Gold was very. I mean, that's very high budget though.
Yeah.
Like they're paying 500K to the winner. They're free rolling, you know, almost 500K, and
Yeah.
plus the production.
Yeah.
Presumably they flew those people out.
Yeah. So probably like upwards of $1 million.
Yeah.
Check. Dang it.
But yeah, hopefully it works out for them. So they and others do more. Yeah. Great stuff to grow the game.
Yeah.
I think that show. I mean, it was. I think they did great.
Yeah.
I think they need to make something. Maybe not. Maybe they keep that the same. But I think something needs to be made that's more beginner friendly, like less poker.
Yeah.
Less poker.
Yeah.
And just get the
And more
casual
reality
viewer.
TV.
Yeah,
Yeah.
more reality TV, less poker, and let my mom.
We'll do Love
doesn't really
Island
understand.
Poker Edition.
Yeah. Yeah.
That'd be kind of funny.
It'd be very funny. Yeah.
I feel like Love Island Poker Edition would end up
Berkey,
with far less
Airball,
attractive people.
Lynn.
Just Berkey and Airball.
Just Berkey and Airball. We don't need the rest. Get Berkey and Airball, a 5-star mansion,
Yeah.
hot tub.
Yeah. You just turn the cameras on and see what happens.
Yeah, that'd be funny.
Turn the cameras on, see what happens.
Yeah. I mean, Berkey and Airball, they'd be funny. Just like, I mean, have them play like checkers or Monopoly. Like, have them play anything.
Or you have to pay them both like $100,000 just
Yeah,
to do that.
yeah.
might not even be enough.
I like the idea, but I'm not convinced that checkers makes for better television than poker.
I think the pitch here is Berkey and Airball doing almost
Sometimes,
anything
so,
makes
like,
for
the
good
high roller
television, which
NCT circuit,
I'm willing to be
that's, like,
convinced.
Probably true.
You get the same
Probably true.
characters in there a lot.
Yeah.
I wonder if they would invest more into getting like
This
pieces.
is not PLO,
Getting to know them,
Matthew.
because like
Heads up, no
do you
limits.
go to Chitwick's house and like interview him and do like a 20-minute piece,
Oh,
like
yeah.
throughout an episode of a high stakes tournament stream.
Yeah.
Stuff where because the new generation, like, people don't get to know as much, especially because those high stakes streams, they're just so intense. So there's not much conversation. Yeah.
It's an interesting river spot for Ishan.
2,500.
We're just going for like an A-side call here.
Yeah. I mean, he can be counterfeit here with a low pair, and he can just have some kind of backdoory float that has nothing here. He could just have 7-5 or whatever. So there's a lot of bluffs he can find here.
I feel stupid. I have a king. I'm just.
Phil's trying to figure out if he should raise.
Damn.
Now he sees this hand. He's like, yeah, I should have raised.
I feel stupid.
Probably win, but how do I get called? I should just raise anyways.
Yeah. I was folding, but
Yeah. That you're folding. You could call a
yeah,
six.
I could maybe call a 6. Yeah.
But probably not. I don't know.
Yeah. the line is pretty strong.
Yeah.
Could go all in. Try and fold out a king.
Someone posted a hand history on Twitter the other day where they jammed EQ poker, Darius. He jammed as a bluff. Guy folded the nuts. It was like cards up on ignition.
Just first nuts.
Yeah, for first nuts on the river. No action left to come. First nuts folded.
He got
Broadway.
too scared.
Broadway straight. The caption was the power of blockers.
Could be an action 3-bet pot here.
Yeah.
250 big blinds deep to start the hand. Phil's got a pretty decent draw here. Not just a decent draw, but just the type of hand that often keeps bluffing.
Right. Ooh. Initiative has been
Interesting
stolen.
raise.
Yeah.
I mean, this is definitely Ben Ishan's MO is going a bit thinner for value than you might expect, being willing to show aggression with these kind of marginal strong hands. It's generally worked well for him.
This hand's going to deny a lot of equity too. A lot of overpairs, right? Overcards.
Yeah. I mean, now the king comes and he's probably less concerned about it because he folded out a lot of the kings that
Right.
Phil can have with his flop raise. I don't know if that means he'll keep betting. Phil can definitely still have ace-king. But Phil's not going to have like king-jack anymore. He's not going to have maybe even king-queen anymore.
The diamond combos, the backdoor draw combos, do you think those might continue? Or
Yeah, king, queen of diamonds, or like king of hearts,
Yeah.
queen or whatever. Those hands would be here. But yeah, he's
he
going
does
for more
continue.
value.
Yep.
Oh, I mean, can Phil read into the sizing here? No, just gonna
Check raise
fold.
would be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, he could think of it, but I suspect he doesn't
I mean, that would be kind of cool.
know how thin
Like,
Ishan's
but
going
It's
here.
just like someone has to put in the legwork to get all of it going.
Yeah. And I mean, the reason that, yeah, it's a lot of legwork.
I kind of want to play those a bit more.
Hard to imagine Ishan having a king there himself, though.
Like
especially-
to play the high rollers.
I mean, I guess it's not that hard to
Before I
imagine.
really knew anything about tournaments, I played a couple of the Masters with
Yeah.
him, like the 10Ks.
Yeah, probably not many.
I got stacked by Ali both times.
King 9 suited,
I was
or
like, this is
Yeah,
dumb.
enough.
or just a flop set.
But
Right.
I think like now that I have a bit more experience, I could probably be a bit more competitive in those. And I don't know. I mean, I just don't really know if it's that worth it to play them. But I mean, they all play them, so.
Pretty big check behind from Phil on the turn in terms of just like how much equity he has. A lot of people would bluff this hand. I don't see anything wrong with bluffing this hand on the turn. Definitely an interesting one on the river.
Can a hand like this ever become a check raise? I mean, the body language is just no. But
Yeah, I think it would be a pretty good one actually.
gets it through though.
Yeah, it's a nice one. Probably not loving that
Really
four
small.
clubs, but
So like,
Right.
if I'm playing a tournament, I'd like it to be a small field, high stakes.
Yeah.
But the problem is I'm not any good at no limit tournaments. Like I'm terrible at no limit tournaments. I haven't played them in,
Yeah.
like seriously, people don't understand that.
The game is way different from like 10, 15 years
It
ago.
was 2008 or 2009 when I was
Yeah,
playing no
15
limit,
years
like
ago.
seriously playing no limit cash, and I was never playing no limit tournaments as a like professionally.
Yeah.
I'm like, 2009 is a long time ago.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And I mean, I still pay attention to stuff. I like to learn.
Yeah.
Watch Kevin Rabashow videos. Hey,
Yeah.
Kevin.
His videos are good. He
Cheers,
did
Phil.
on like AI that I thought were pretty interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
cheers,
Yeah.
Ishan.
I like the way he explains. Well, the way he thinks and the way he explains it.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that because he can hear us.
Wow. I take it back.
Wow. All compliments
There's a few guys
removed,
on
just like that.
Like I watch like all of their videos.
Yeah, who else do you?
There's this guy Luke Johnson, but he
Yeah.
stopped making them. I think his were very good. I watched for Heads Up. There's this guy Nuno.
King High, I guess.
King High.
Yeah, Nuno's really good too.
I watched
Yep.
a lot of his. Those are like the no limit. Like when I was first starting, I used to watch all of the sauce videos and
Yep.
all of Kevin's videos too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I started trying to get into PLO, so I started watching Richard's videos and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think for No Limit, Luke's videos were probably some of the best though. Like he talks about things that like are very relevant that most people don't talk about.
Yep, he was everybody's favorite
Yeah.
recently. Obviously, Sauce was everybody's favorite
Yeah.
before.
Yeah.
Check.
Three.
You ever watch sauce videos?
I must have. I watched so many
I watched a
videos,
bunch of your
but like I think I
like-
rarely
I think
paid much attention to who I was watching.
Like Unexpected EV,
Oh yeah,
a really old one.
that's a really old one. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, back then, like, it was, like, I didn't really have any framework for understanding how to think about the game, so I kind of was just, like, watching everything that I thought would help me,
Yeah.
like, learn how to think about it. And then,
For some reason, your videos, your intro, always like was easily memorable.
We have some exciting stuff coming.
hey,
at the
this
end
is
of the year
Kevin
going
Rabichow.
on.
yeah.
And I would just like always remember that, like just the way you introduced yourself. So I always knew what information came from a Kevin Rabichow video.
It was exactly the same every time.
Yeah.
Got a 3-bet pot here. Definitely the type of card that Ishan might think about bluffing.
Did he bet small on flop?
Yeah, 1300 on the flop.
Okay.
So I think it's reasonable to say that he would have most, all of his range. He can still have ace-10, ace-jack, ace-king, even ace-9 or ace-queen. It's a tough spot for Phil because he's got a pretty strong second pair from the flop, but it's been devalued a lot on this card.
And Phil will certainly float many of his own ace-x, yeah?
Yeah, he can have a whole bunch of queens, a whole bunch of aces. Yeah, he just gets away now.
I don't know about that one.
Ishan's found a couple of nice bluffs. Going back to the sauce, the most memorable sauce videos for me was when he started walking on the treadmill. That was ridiculous, because back then no one used the webcam.
Right.
Now it's really common to have the streamer set up with the webcam. Sauce was one of the first ones to have the webcam, and it was him on a treadmill, his head bobbing up and down. Those were the. I didn't learn anything from those videos. I was just staring at him the whole time.
Feeling lazy. You're teaching me walking. I'm learning sitting.
It's so distracting.
Yeah. That's reasonable.
Is that a min bet from Ishan? Yeah. Monotone board, size as small as he can. I'd be curious to see if he, again, like we've seen him bluff with air a couple of times, right? And,
Yeah.
and these are
We
tough,
don't
tough
have-
bluffs to find. He doesn't go for it here on the turn.
River. If you ask me, your comments about Sauce are just bitter because your name was not mentioned as everybody's favorite, either Sauce or Lucas.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
I think we saw.
They play the most popular format.
Nice.
Which is
Or actually, I don't know if Six Max Cash is
Yeah, they're a good
most
team.
popular.
Yeah.
It's got to
More
be
popular
for
than
Run It
tournaments.
Once subscribers. I would imagine it
High
is.
school.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Maybe not.
That's cool. He was the guy that originally I reached out to. So like what happened was I was like working at Lyft and I was like trying to like and I had like just joined the website or something and then I was like flying somewhere and I wanted to like watch videos on the
got the
flight. So I tried the app and then it was like really slow downloading them and I was like, hey, like I can help you guys improve this. And then yeah, he just got back to me and then we did that.
I don't know if I don't think I saw that Joe Ingram podcast. I don't remember him interviewing Sauce.
With Sauce on the treadmill.
That's hilarious, though.
He's committed to it. It's quite the flex. Always be on a treadmill anytime you're on your webcam.
Like a bicycle would have been even better. That would have been.
Oh, yeah. Row machine. Just a water rower.
He's just filming on an iPhone like while he showers or something. I can make a poker video wherever I want.
Oh, man. It would be funny to watch Sauce videos slowly escalate.
How many other people wanted to play on this stream? Like, how many people got back to you on Twitter?
6 maybe.
Not that many.
Not that many.
Was it mostly No Limit or PLO or both?
It was almost all no limit. Maybe all no limit.
Oh, I see.
Somebody like maybe could have, but
Yeah.
might have been busy.
Surely we see a bluff out of Phil, I would imagine.
4.
Nope.
My second choice was Kevin. I picked you over Kevin.
Wow. I was number 2?
Nice.
Made it to this podium.
Yeah.
Well, maybe next time you guys can play and I can commentate.
Yeah. Or you guys and me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would be down for that.
It's locked in.
I'm afraid it's already been, no, I'm afraid I've already staked my claim. I don't want to reference the fist bump, but I will in court. Peloton, yeah. This guy gets it.
Have to think that Phil's going to be curious about this one. Pretty good bluff catcher. I was going to say from what we've seen, we haven't seen Ishan follow through a lot of missed flush draws, but
He will probably follow through on not missed flush draws.
yeah, completed flush draws are
Yeah.
pretty likely to keep betting. Just got to figure out what size do we go with.
Goes over?
I'm a little surprised with the big bet.
That's
With what we've been seeing him do in other spots, he seems to be like cognizant about deception,
Yeah.
maybe making it look like a king.
yeah, this is large.
It's pretty big.
It is a flush though.
There's nothing wrong with betting big when you know you have the best hand.
Yeah.
Good
Called when you
discipline
were
fold
ahead,
from
Phil.
Phil.
I want to know what's happening.
Sounds like maybe she's gonna lose the bet. Oh, yeah.
Bet on the Raiders.
Yeah.
Check.
Hmm.
1,000.
Lots of Queen X. Maybe he's.
Yeah, I'm surprised Phil was so quick to not bluff the turn. I definitely would have given it some thought. Check calling is reasonable. He's got a lot of equity no matter what he's up against here, and I don't think Ishan will ever bluff an ace.
I got it.
Yeah, check, check after he gets counterfeit. That seems... I mean, it seems like the right idea, although when Phil checks the river,
King's still probably good.
king is probably good.
Yeah.
Just you always worry about getting punished in those spots, right? You reopen the action, then you get check raised, and
You always worried. I am a classic non-worrier, to my fault, to a fault.
500.
Good players worry about getting punished.
depends who you're playing against, you know?
300. Call.
Although I haven't seen Phil get too spicy in too many spots. Like, I don't know if he's been given the opportunity to.
Yeah, we've seen it in the smaller pots, a little bit of stickiness.
Yeah. I guess if there's anywhere where we've seen him get a little out there at times, there's a little bit of stickiness.
But he's definitely overall just seems to be trying to play in line.
Yeah.
Like all around, not bluffing too much,
Yeah.
not calling too much, not folding too much, just trying to play in line. I wonder what we'll see here. Just a call. He has that king of spades.
Yeah.
Thought maybe he'd go for a bluff.
Do you feel he's been playing a little too passively? If you were to put it in any direction?
Well, yeah, I mean it's hard to
Not-
hard to judge like what is swaying his decision. If he's doing what I think he's doing, which is just deciding what he thinks is best and not randomizing or something
Sure.
like that, then yeah, I think he's like passed on some opportunities where he could have taken a more aggressive line.
I see.
And that
if he
is kind of
ran-
all around.
That makes sense. But if he is randomizing, he could just be consistently rolling low in some of these spots. And,
Yeah, and I'm not sure if he's doing that. I just, given how little no limit he plays and knowing how he talks about strategy, it seems unlikely
Exhausting.
that that's what's doing it.
Another job too, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's different.
Yeah.
It's different than other jobs. But yeah. I mean, it's what everybody says. It's a lot of work and it's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, my wife does more of the heavy lifting than I do, so
Yeah.
I get more of the fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's still hard, and a lot of fun. It's just so cool. Like,
Curious if we're going to see another small lead.
just has more and more personality every few months.
Can a hand like Phil's raise once we know?
This is where I think it'd be nice to see some aggression, especially knowing how loose he's leading these spots.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be hard to get that value later. I mean, even here, I think we should see a value bet, given what we know about his turn leading strategy.
Well, what's the value in leading ace-2 and checking river, though?
1,200.
It seems like as an individual hand, there's not really any value here, but it's part of this global strategy,
Have,
this
like,
simplified
it's
approach.
like under one.
Yeah.
And
Do you think
there's-
leading turn checking river is better than leading turn betting river with a hand like ace-2?
At least so far, he's almost 5.
I see.
Hard to say.
More and more of a.
He could probably bluff on that river.
The heart completing?
Probably
The
still.
flush completing river?
I'm probably
And
still.
the 10 as well.
10 of hearts, yeah.
I will
Prove
have-
some other bluffs.
Sure.
On a blank, I wouldn't bluff with an ace, because we're trying to get Phil to fold, like, strong
see.
ace high or something like that.
We're not fading those even with our small turn lead on the board like that?
Not the best ones, I don't think.
But I am kind of glad. I mean, I guess it's not that late nowadays, but I'm glad was later than, like I think had I had kids at 22, I don't know. I mean, I would have missed out on some stuff. I would have been a worse poker player.
Right.
So like, I absolutely love it, but I'm glad it's, I waited a little.
Yeah.
300. $1,100.
Interesting.
Is this like a click or no? It's 11.
This could be dangerous for Ishan if, especially if clubs complete. Phil's able to continue on any card, and especially on this one. We'll see what he thinks of the Jack of Clubs, how valuable this is.
He goes 11.
I think this is kind of cool. I like that he's seems to have a lot of these turn simplifications ready to go.
Yeah.
These are hard spots to have figured out in advance, but I think this is showing that Ishan's done quite a bit of preparation for this kind of format. To have a plan for this spot, it's somewhat
Down the game tree a bit.
yeah, it's rare. Like you don't get to these spots that often. He does shut it down, and I think I like this too. King Jack deceptively has a little bit of showdown value. So I think
What are we expecting to beat here?
I think Phil's gonna arrive with like some obligatory floats from earlier with just the King of Clubs, or just even like Jack of Clubs 10, or well, I guess you can't have the Jack of Clubs, but invert those.
Yeah,
Jack
sure.
with the 10 of Clubs kind of hands, some kind of float from the flop that picked
Interesting.
up equity, because all these bets have been small. I mean,
Yeah.
small check raise, small turn bet. Now, not to say I wouldn't hate bluffing the river, because we do stand to just fold out ace high. I mean, we
Right.
stand to, like, Phil can have ace of clubs, anything. So, wouldn't have minded a river bluff, but I think it's reasonable to think, like, oh, let's shut this one down. Let's bluff when we have less than king high.
Or if do you see much value in inverting which one is a club, or are they about the same in your mind? So say he had the king of clubs,
If
or
I-
jack of hearts.
Yeah, if I have the king of clubs, I see my hand as having a lot less showdown value. Maybe better to bluff. Yeah.
Check.
Ooh.
Call 11.
So we're seeing the same sizing line inverted here. Oh,
Oh, interesting.
I mean, the spot really can't get much more similar. And now we're seeing Ishan with the weaker end of his range, but Phil with a similarly good opportunity to bluff. We'll see what his turn strategy looks like.
He went slightly larger.
Yeah.
The board was slightly different, though.
It's about half pot, reminiscent of the Jack 10 hand from earlier.
Right.
8-7-7-6. So again, like both players seem to have their own approximate plans for these spots, and these are tough spots to plan for.
So do you say you currently, like you're currently on some apps that you can occasionally play heads up on, but
2,000.
Yeah. I joined them like a few weeks ago.
cool.
Yeah.
I see another three
There's like
bet
I
pot.
think there's like a Triton guy like Robert Flink, and then this other guy Michael. Play with them sometimes, but yeah, it's not like too much. Not too much action. Like Rui Cow plays on there too. Yeah.
Call 13.
He's a very fun
Yeah.
player. I don't mean like exciting player, you know.
Yeah.
It's about the best turn we can hope for.
Check.
Ishan here.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see how Phil approaches this kind of hand. I mean, again, he's
Yellow on full tilt way back in the day.
he's ready to take
There
this
was
to
just a
showdown.
hand where he shoved turned for like,
Is this a reasonable value bet
and I
from
called it
Ishan
on
now?
a flush board. I called it a flush. He just had no outs, no blocker. Like,
Yeah,
and it was
he
the
likes
first time
to go.
I'd ever seen anything like it.
Yeah, he likes to go crazy sometimes.
Yeah.
27.
Like hands plays on there too. I haven't had the chance to play him yet, but I think he's one of the biggest winners.
I mean, it's a good idea to value bet from time to time. It's a little ambitious. You definitely run the risk of getting raised here by Phil's hand, although he resists the temptation that came to mind for me. I mean, if I just had ace-9 or ace-7 or something as Phil,
Right.
Yeah, so there's like one or two
Could
app
go for a raise.
Club GG clubs that I started playing on a little bit. They run like, also like the games they run are a bit unique because they run like 150, 300 with 180 ante per person.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So the ante becomes huge, and then like
Yeah.
no one really knows what they're
It's a
doing
huge
anymore.
game. Yeah, and everybody's confused, which is what you want.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And so, yeah, and then the other group, like there's another group that runs like 25-50 or 50 big blind ante per person. Like basically just like huge antes.
Yeah.
And then like it changes the game a lot, I think.
I bet. Yeah.
Yeah. Because like normally when there's no antes, like basically you're just always supposed to like raise or fold.
Yeah.
And
No,
then
just limping.
yeah, now when there's like 8 big blinds dead in the middle,
Yeah.
like now what do you do?
2000.
Yeah. And so it's been cool because like it's another thing to learn about
Yeah.
and experiment with. Like I think anything that adds more creativity is better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed for sure.
And
That's what. In the good old days, before you started
yeah, no
playing,
one
that's
knew
what-
what anyone was
yeah.
doing. It
We
was
were-
all
we were-
about
we were
like
figuring it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it's not like that. I don't think things are that different because, like, even if people can like look up spots and see what's perfect and see what's not, even if they can do that, like,
Yeah.
there's still just like that's never actually what's happening, and so like because of that, it's like. Because that's never like what's actually happening.
Well,
It's still like
I think this float.
being creative
Yeah.
and trying to figure things out for what's actually happening.
Well,
We
I
just
mean,
have a little bit more of a guideline, I guess.
Queen Jack, no backdoor flush shot.
I do like the flop call.
It's different though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it is
Yeah.
because before it's just all pure intuition. Like it seems like it must have been really hard to get better back then. Because like everyone is just speculating.
Well, we're all it's hard to know that you're getting better.
Yeah.
That's the.
Yeah. Because like I feel like back then it probably happened way more often where like you like did something and it worked and you're like this is the best thing ever and then maybe in reality it's just really bad and
Yeah.
you just like
works,
it
yeah.
just worked the few times you did it. But I mean it's obviously hard to know.
2000.
Yeah.
Someone should just invent a new game that's like unsolvable due to just the nature of the game or something.
Eventually they'll all be solvable, I think. But
Yeah,
for now,
for
yeah.
sure.
Like I think it's stud games are actually the best for that.
But they're so boring.
They're actually kind of fun, I think.
Are they?
Yeah. I'm not good at them,
Yeah.
but they
Maybe
can
I
be
should
fun.
just give them another chance.
Well, they don't really run
Yeah.
much, so you probably shouldn't. But
Yeah.
those games are much harder to solve because there are so many different combinations of cards that can come out.
Yeah. Yeah, which is it's like the chess and the Go type
Yeah.
of like logic where like the game tree's too big.
Yeah.
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 I mean, yeah.
But yeah, you can invent games that are like stud plus a drawing element, and I don't know.
I guess people nowadays they're just doing antes or stand-up game.
Stand-up game is, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that you could probably somehow solve for that, but
Yeah, probably.
most people can't. And you can change the amount, you know.
Yeah.
Definitely seeing a difference in the pre-flop strategies between the two of them. Phil was 3-betting these hands, Ishan just calling 200 big blinds deep. And even just in the looseness of their ranges in general, seems like Ishan's a little more conservative pre-flop. I like this hand so far from both. See if Phil decides to follow through even though he doesn't have a spade.
Ace high.
I wonder if what happens when you play a lot of PLO, that like there's so many combinations that you can really get the right combo for doing things. You know what I mean? That if maybe if it's creating a little bit of selectiveness.
Could be. Yeah. I do find that certain players have like hyper attention to their, to both of their cards and to how both cards interact, and it's possible that all the PLO that Phil's played made him one of those people who's just like hypersensitive to both cards.
Right.
He doesn't. I mean, it's impactful, but it's not as impactful as it would be in PLO.
Right.
Nice little check raise.
Yep.
Don't normally see people check raise when there's like two broadways on board. A lot of people shy away from the aggression. I like it.
You have any idea who started with the button?
Who started?
Yeah,
I have no clue. Probably me. Oh, you? I think you did.
I think I did. Okay.
We did a flip for it, right? I think it started over there. If I had to bet, I would say 75% you,
Okay.
25% me. But
You guys have your blinds out already.
yeah,
I remember. I don't remember.
yeah.
The stakes are hopefully medium rare. Quentin gets it. No, they are 100, 200, no limit hold'em.
100 out though. I don't know.
You think you had 200 out?
I think so.
Oh, you might be right.
But
5.
Yeah, probably.
It was here. Yeah, I started it then.
check.
It's a nice line from Ishan. Mixing it up on the flop, and he has more bluffs here on turn card like this.
Are you gonna watch it back after? I guess you will to make clips, right?
I'll make clips, but
Yeah.
I won't like watch the whole thing.
Why not?
I don't like watching myself play.
Yeah, I
It
usually
also
just
it takes so long too.
yeah, it does because live's so slow. I watch on like 6x speed usually if I am gonna watch it back.
How do you? Oh, okay.
On
You
YouTube.
download it. YouTube, you can 6x.
If you go to like, is 7? If you go to the console in Chrome, you can do like playback speed and you can enter your own number. Yeah.
not know.
It's an engineer hack.
Wow. Yeah, I had no idea.
I'll text you how to do it.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's an interesting choice from Phil too. I mean, you would normally expect with a big C bet on the flop that when you get the connected card, you're like planning to use it, but maybe not liking the 8 as much as say like a 3 or a 7.
Yeah.
Or even a deuce. Pretty big size from Ishan on the river too. I mean, he's definitely shown that he's not afraid to go thin and like mix in thin value bets to those bigger sizes, but I do wonder if that's actually even just too thin.
Yeah, watch everything 2x, but I thought that was the most I could.
It's hard though to
No,
if you're playing such a limited amount of hands to even if you are the one doing that to think they're gonna know it enough to really be punishing you or like
Yeah.
they're not seeing the showdowns and
But it can just end up like
backfiring.
it could just end
naturally.
up backfiring if Phil just like doesn't call that much with a 6 or an 8 and just like mostly calls when he has a 10 or a queen.
Sure.
Oh, here we see Phil just calling with the ace jack. So I mean, he might be doing some randomizing. I don't know the complexity to which he's trying to play. This might be the last hour of Heads Up No Limit he plays this year.
All the way down with the jack 6.
Yeah. I think I'm most surprised about the turn.
Because of the king.
Well, like the flop and turn. Those
the
seem like the
combination.
best streets to bluff.
I'm down to do some recording.
But then once you get to the river, you don't mind it.
I'm gonna want
Yeah, it's like relatively strong
Just
once
like,
you get to the
I
river.
should be like pretty free outside of the tournament stuff.
you play. So you'll play however many day ones. it takes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like hopefully I just bag on the first day and then
Yeah.
I'll be free for 3 or 4 days.
You said the 20th, because this week is bad.
Yeah. But you're more free next week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We haven't,
Early next week.
cool. Yeah. We haven't played that many interesting hands.
Yeah.
Just trying to
The
think.
only big hands we played were like ace jack versus ace king, which is like just standard 10s versus 9 standard.
Yeah.
Yeah. There haven't been too many.
But your full house would have been.
Oh, the king
It
eight,
would have been
yeah.
interesting if the
Yeah,
river were
if
different.
the river
but
was different.
It wasn't that
Yeah.
interesting.
Or if I had a bluff.
Yeah.
If I had like 8, 9 or something,
Yeah.
or like king X. Yeah. You gotta reach to find a bluff there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you have like 8-7
Yeah.
with no diamond,
Yeah, but that's kind of ambitious call
Yeah,
on the turn.
turn,
How much better a Hold'em no limit heads up player are you while commentating
Other guy
versus
has
while
a
playing?
Similar spot to that.
Like, how much better am I when I can see everyone's cards?
Or I guess just do you feel like the layer of objectivity from just talking about the hands?
3 of spades offsuit. It came like king 3.
Do you feel like there's a much bigger difference then?
I think there's a big difference.
call?
Yeah.
Turn was like a jack of spades, so the flush got there. He bet 1/3, I called. And then the river was the 4th spade. And he bet 1/3 and I shoved for like like 6x. And he called me with like 6-9 off with the 9 of spades.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I was just like, I don't think you can have nut flush here a lot. So I shoved on him and then he called me anyways.
He didn't have enough flush.
Yeah, he didn't have enough flush.
You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a big part of the advantage just comes from like how quickly I can piece together the way someone's operating.
Yeah.
When I can see their hands, even for just like 20 hands,
Right.
to see all 20 of those hands face up
Right.
goes a long way in like framing their approach to
Sure.
the game, and that's going to make a big difference.
But even, let's say not that, I'm basically just saying, like we put their cards down.
I lost
Do you
a lot
think
of
you
that, so
analyze the
I think
game
playing-
very similarly sitting here versus sitting there,
like-
like actually playing?
I just like
Probably,
I'd be creating
yeah.
in a lot of spots, and then if I don't really know the person that well, then sometimes if it's the wrong player type, it
Yeah,
can
the
just
wrong player that
backfire.
just
Yeah.
snaps, doesn't care.
Yeah, it just doesn't care.
Doesn't care what you're representing.
Yeah. There's like, I bet I have to call. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more fun to play against good players because you
Yeah.
can be creative. You don't have to just wait for good hands.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, or just bluff everything if it's that kind of bad player.
Yeah. But that's pretty rare. Yeah.
Seven.
Phil going for value.
Yeah, I like the size. I think he's pretty likely to have heard from anything 9 or better, unless it's a check raising hand.
8 makes sense.
8 does make sense.
Okay.
Just a dead read.
Yeah. It's a nice fold. Phil's got to find like 10-4 suited kind of hands, like Jack,
It was an 8.
Jack X, and not bet either street.
I had King 3. I was thinking about it.
They're at the honest stage of the match where they just tell each other their hands and open fold Jack 5.
We need to get these boys some coffee.
You do feel that kind of like intensity come and go, you know,
Yeah.
like it's heads up. I find in particular
All right, we'll just raise dark to,
stay intense.
there we go. Getting real wild.
That must be the last hand if he's talking about raising dark.
I did this like poker boot camp thing for like tournaments with Moreno and
Quite the hand to race dark with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in the end of one of them, we did like a sit and go for fun with everyone. And it was me heads up with this other guy, and I just like got short and I didn't know what to do, so I just started going all in the dark when I was like less than 10 big blinds heads up.
Because I mean, what can, yeah.
Yeah,
How bad can it
it seemed like it couldn't be that bad. Check. You raised dark.
Phil has definitely lost the intensity as he
As he checks
as
back
he
9
defeatedly
high.
checks back his 9 deuce.
Okay, I'll raise dark too.
There we go.
Did you dark raises till then?
Yeah, I'll do dark raises till then. Real wild. A lot of people I've played at heads up PLO. Full.
Does
Uh,
it?
a lot of people I've played at heads up PLO, I'll try like 100% VPIP.
Yeah. Wait, even out of position?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Does it work?
If I'm, yeah. I mean, it might not work better than a reasonable.
Then like just folding a tiny bit.
Yeah, but I think if you have a decent edge post flop, it
Yeah.
quickly makes sense. Oh, raise.
I've been playing in these anti games where like I think you're almost supposed to do stuff like
Yeah.
that. Yeah. And so
Well, you're probably supposed to limp dark, right?
yeah,
in a lot of spots.
yeah, probably. But if the ante is big enough and you're using a small raise size, you can basically raise dark too.
Yeah.
Like in one of the groups, it's like 1 big blind ante per person, so there's 2 big blinds
Yeah.
dead. So
Yeah,
like
yeah, you
you can
could-
just raise 3x like
Yeah.
100% or something. Yeah.
Back in the day, some people would play the 3x, 9x game heads up. So it was just dark.
Wait,
In
really?
PLO, 3x, 9x, yeah.
It just makes the stakes huge, right?
It makes the stakes huge, but
Yeah.
everybody was bad at it because people raised way too often when they could call closing the action.
Oh,
Because they're
in
just like, it's
position.
blinds, but
Yeah.
it's different than blinds.
yeah.
So yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I never heard of that.
A lot of the
But yeah, I
Well,
mean,
Isildur, Sigmund, they were the two. They loved it the most.
why?
Gamble. Yeah.
I'm guessing you'd play like smaller blinds than normal. No?
They wouldn't.
You just
no.
play
They're playing
smaller.
501k, so 3k, 9k.
I see. That's funny.
There really was a lot, and there was a lot. There were times where there were just like back on full tilt, or just like full table flips for
Yeah.
whatever 8k,
Yeah.
like routinely. And I didn't mind flipping, but it was annoying because I wanted to play poker.
Yeah. Was the player pool back then like pretty small? Or bigger than it is now?
It was pretty big. I mean, bigger than it is now. I remember playing.
I see.
Bigger than it is now, for sure.
I see.
Did I miss a blind raise last time?
You raised.
Oh, I raised. I looked and raised.
That's fine. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, there were more random people. I mean, like, there was a core group, but yeah, it was bigger.
2000.
All right, it worked. Here we go. Here we don't go.
I saw a king.
Yep.
Wrong suit.
Yours better or worse than my king?
If you folded, it was for sure better.
Okay.
I don't think you would have folded if yours was better. You caught me.
Good king.
That was supposed to be the last hand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we started on
yeah,
mine.
we
We
started,
should play yours.
All right. And
Yeah.
You're doing one more hand. The button was up.
It might actually be worse blind raising.
Sounds like it's the last hand.
what's that? Oh, yeah. Thanks.
I got you. I got you
seems-
twice.
It's probably pretty close.
Yeah, it's probably pretty close. It's probably pretty close.
All five.
Now I'm gonna lead because I know that you have
Oh
any
my
two
God.
cards.
Oh, might have some action for the last hand.
What do I do against the blind?
This is pretty funny.
Yeah.
Okay,
Wow.
check.
And he just calls.
Now my blind raise got called. I have to slow down.
Could have been a big one here if Phil raised the flop. I have a feeling it's going to be a lot more conservative.
Surely we get a raise now.
Yeah, it looks like he's just contemplating
Poker was
size.
like before
It
solvers.
was, yeah.
All in, try to make his money back.
King 7.
You got me. That was a funny hand.
That was-
All right. Well, that was the match night. Thank you all for tuning in. This has been Poker Night in America, brought to you by BetRivers. My name is Jared Alderman. Thank you for tuning in, and thank
Kevin
you, Kevin.
Ravichow here. Thank you guys for watching.
All right. Have a good night.